Um, I had considered doing the recap in the Forgotten's voice since you guys are working for him, but I will ask if you guys want that or if you just want me to give you the recap as normal. That way you don't have to try to. I don't know if everybody's cool with the voice mod right now.
It's
I
fine.
would avoid the
But
voice
it's
mod.
kind of hard to understand the voice mod
Yeah.
on monologues.
That's why I was asking rather than just doing.
Yeah, Liam, I prefer you just talk the way you are right now.
All right. I already got the answer for Gooch.
Hey,
Okay.
you wanted everyone's opinion, didn't you?
Did
No,
I though, Johnny?
That's
Did
true.
I? No, I'm kidding. No, I did ask. I did ask for everybody's opinion. You're correct. I'm just giving you shit.
I know.
So, as we left off, our heroes? Question mark.
Hell yeah, bro.
Our mercenaries, certainly. As we last left them off, you guys had been deployed as part of an agreement to the edge of the universe. You're currently in a star system that is, after a long, perilous journey through an asteroid belt that is multi star system long, whose origins you have
vague ideas of.
The theory is it had something to do with the war between the Magi and the Fire Priests of old. At least that's what the info you have currently says. But whatever the truth may be, you passed through it safely. Fought some cutter pirates, made it through alive, marked some shit to try and go back for. And then your allies that you were going here to support blew up all of the Federation space stations that guard the entrances to this place, the official ones, and have thoroughly fucked up that asteroid field even more. It's great. And while they were doing it, they also cut the FTL communication because, well, I mean, anybody, as far as they're concerned, who needs to communicate can do it through the Forgotten's mental network, which you guys are a part of.
Mm-hmm.
As for what you as a team are currently doing after having been sent here by the High Priest of the Forgotten, who is in charge of this entire little rebellion he has launched, or maybe coup, hard to say. Regardless, he sent you to this planet that, once you got here, you found out is supplying the metals for ship hulls, specifically military ship hulls, via effectively slave labor of dissidents from the home country. You guys arrived, you've made contact with said rebels. You started to work with them. So, let's see. Silas, or Silco. That's it, Silco.
Mm-hmm.
Why did I get Silas? I don't know. I don't know either. Silco has been working on upgrading their communication systems. Siva, our combat engineer, and Smith of the Forgotten and of Ember, the individually the deity of rebellion and the deity of forgotten and abandoned peoples. She's been working on weapons. She's been trying to figure out how to work around the ironclad faith of the priests of the Federation's own church, the Church of the Burning God, as it is known. And Mr. Blast was making absolute chaos by hunting APCs until they hit him with an airstrike. Because in a world where they run into a bunch of people like Blast, they have very specific things they do to handle people like Blast. And of course, because he is unfortunately immortal, he
I got
survived.
better.
Yeah, and he's also still currently feeling parts of him being chewed on by something somewhere. You don't know. It's kind of there's no real way to figure it out. You don't have a connection to the limbs that directs you to them. It's just, you can still feel it. So you get to deal with that existential moment.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Silco, last we left off, had managed to get a bunch of drones that he made using stolen genetic blueprints from the twins,
Mhm.
and injected them with a little bit of the Forgotten. Since then, they have gone underground and started building, as is their nature.
Just for clarification, it was one of them that I did, not all of them.
You are
But
correct. It was only the one that
it's pretty much
you
leading.
immediately.
Yeah.
Well, the one that you immediately noticed started becoming weird.
Hmm.
Because it started acting a little odd. And you started actually, like, if I remember correctly, you did figure out that it is at least mildly sentient, which
Yeah.
the drones weren't originally designed for. So, that's interesting for you. And the icing on the cake of all of this was also the shittiest thing of all of this, which is to say, as you guys were just getting ready to start getting plans into motion for taking on the local garrison, somebody new took over. One Paladin Rana, whom you only know by reputation currently, and nobody has been in contact with yet. Though one of the hired heavy hitters, the dynasty that you guys hired, does seem to know said Paladin, because they fought before. To a standstill, to be very specific. And when we left off, you guys were still trying to decide what exactly you're going to do, as you were going to be coordinating with the leader of the resistance that is on this planet, one Marcus Ralia, as to how to handle this problem. Because it very much is a problem, since this specific paladin was one of the ones that, prior to failing some politicking, was en route to become the high paladin of the church to act as its leader. So she's no pushover in any way, shape, or form. And currently in orbit, having driven off by its mere presence the Vengeful Spirit, which is Blast's ship, and the Steam Cradle, which is the ship that Silco and Siva mutually control. She showed up with a cruiser and shooed them out of orbit by mere presence. So, that's fun. Sorry, it was a heavy cruiser to be specific. It was one of the bigger model ones. And that's about it. That's really where we left off with all of it, because it's been a bit. At this point, at least last we left off, you guys were pausing to see where dominoes were falling, because you did manage to get a bunch of your gear, and more importantly, some of your mercenaries that you hired on, as you
Mhm.
did hire some additional mercenaries, very specifically the Denim Wolverine Battalion. You can manage to get most of them, along with a good chunk of Blast's own species, down to support the locals, along with a good chunk of equipment, though you did lose some important medical supplies and some ammunition to enemy fighters when you did the hot drop to, get that gear out of orbit. And yeah, at the moment, you're left with that. The rebellion that you are backing currently is low on a lot of things, but the big thing they're low on is equipment. As after talking to them for a bit, you have all come to realize they are little better armed than your average police force. As well, the rest is in the hands of the enemy military. And this place is a planet in the middle of fucking nowhere where when you're staring out to one side of it, the only lights in the sky at night are the very, very distant dots of a handful of galaxies that are visible. That's where we left off. Any questions before I get us properly started?
I don't believe so.
All right, we've got one no. What about you, Ogre?
Meh,
Mm.
fine.
Don't really have anything.
Okay.
I'm trying to get back into the mindset of the big fuck you lizard.
The big fuck off lizard, indeed. So, that's about where we left off. You guys were having to take times to rearrange some plans, as the current plans was basically could be summarized as let's, you know, let's try and use mining explosives, which is the largest amount of actually, damaging equipment available to you. You were planning to use that to start taking some shit out while making plans to acquire more equipment. Because on the one hand, you guys have a lot of people that were in the military around this place, because a lot of military dissenters were actually sent here. On the other hand, they basically have nothing but pistols because this was a penal colony and nobody but the military had anything bigger on purpose. So your biggest problem is equipment. You have a lot of people, but not a lot of that. Trying to think if there's anything else, but no, I think that's about it. Hello, Kittum. There is now a kitten in my room, so you might hear me make noises along the lines of the noises you might make when a kitten decides to climb your leg.
This is accepted.
Yes. And at this point, yeah, that's about it. I don't really have anything else on that front for update stuff. And yeah. Matt, I believe you were doing some work on trying to build a weapon to break the faith shields that the Federation uses,
Big
using
fuck
the
off
power of pure destruction. Though you haven't had time to do any testing with your equipment yet, that you are still experimentally making using.
I know the design I want.
If I remember correctly, you were using the runes. Yeah, you were using the rune you found from which is the first part of the name of the High Priest Destruction.
Yeah, gaze.
Yes, gaze indeed. To
I'm
me,
also going to look over the inside of my forge and try and read the runes in there.
those are mostly runes of creation and the like, to give you an idea of what flavor you're dealing with. Because it is all design, it's all runes of fire and earth and steel and construct and like creation and things like that. And it's all stuff flavored specifically towards the fire priests whom you are a member of.
Creation is just the other side of destruction. So, you know, that's okay. That's exactly what I actually need.
Yes, indeed. And yeah. So people are going to be working on things a bit to try and start getting shit, viable for fighting back against the Federation at this point, I believe. And initial thoughts, boys.
I just realized I'm being an idiot.
Yeah.
Why don't I just make something that makes stuff?
The automation? You've thought about that already.
I make no, I am not the automation. I make a hyper specialized super object that just uses runes to print objects that I have a formula for.
He's talking about something. You put metal in this side, gun comes out other side.
Okay.
Yeah. Which
Team
would be
Fortress
within
style
my
gun
line of
manufacturing.
specialty.
It would be within your line of specialty. However, there is one flaw with that plan, and it's a very simple flaw. You don't really have a lot of runes. That's the only real flaw I can see with that particular plan, as the GM. Like,
I got a ton of runes. All the inside of my my forge.
certainly. So the question that follows that for your forge thing is, how does that make it make weapons?
It's simple. Basically I have a thing that when it's a mini manufactorum. You put the material in, it processes it through heat, fire, and metal, and it doesn't have to follow logic. And then it just press stamps it, and then you make, say, the stock or the piece. You'll have to piecemeal it because it can't make the whole gun. But if I can make several of these, you can have an assembly line.
So you're basically trying to make a assembly line via runes.
Pretty much. And I'm going to use the most simple language I can with the most simple process. Because we have a lot of hands that don't have guns. So what they can do is just put the thing in, pull the lever. Put the thing in, pull the lever.
Okay. An interesting idea.
And, each thing is only going to make one piece. But if I have a bunch of them, that's all the pieces I need. And then it'll be really fast. You have one room with all of these, it just makes a round robin. It's going to make the most rugged, basic assault rifle. And then there's one that makes bullets, and then that's it. Don't need gunpowder, I just make it, you have a rune on the shell that just acts as propulsion, and there you go.
Cool. I don't think you have the runes for that, man. Like, you have the runes to allow for a few things, but certainly don't have the ones to create explosions for, like, propelling bullets. Because that's not just like it's fire, it's an actual controlled explosion to create the pressure to make the bullet go. And you
Well,
don't have an explosion rune.
do they have gunpowder? Or anything they can
Really?
do to fill it?
That is part of the challenge, is finding stuff like that. Because this planet has a limited amount of minerals that it's been pulling. It's pretty much just the metals necessary for making starships, right? It
Sure.
doesn't actually have the stuff to make starship weapons
Sure.
or to make guns
Mhm.
naturally on it.
'Kay.
Most of the most of the ammo here comes in from exteriors. Like it gets shipped in.
Of course. Soko,
So yeah.
you're a chemist. Can you make me just a big batches of gunpowder with basement materials?
That's what I was going to go to next. I'm sure I can try it. I'm just trying to think of the best way to go about it.
Okay. Well, you figure that out. I'm gonna go research the runes in there. I'll tell everyone that I need some time to formulate my blueprint to make a assembly line. So,
Okay.
and I already have the template because I made the template because I already made a batch of guns. So I just do the same thing. But I make
Okay.
machines that process the template.
So, Ogre,
Mhm.
you're the only one that hasn't talked yet so
Uh,
far. Well, I haven't asked Silco his full plans yet either, but I'm going to start with you, Blast. Do you have any immediate thoughts as to what you would like to attempt to do to help with this, or are you planning to be on standby till somebody has a plan?
I mean, sadly, there's not really much I can do to help with that. I'm
Hmm.
not a chemist or anything like that.
You are an engineer.
Yeah, rat tech.
Yeah.
Hmm?
It's like, if we're going for trying to produce something like that, is like, I could try and do something my way, the Ractech way.
You know, you could make raids for supplies. Keep the pressure on, you know. You can attack them with the forces that they have. Or you can make something, I don't know. Whatever you're feeling.
Well, to give you a moment to think.
Yeah, we were holding off on doing the raids because we're trying to see what this commander is going to do next, which is why I wasn't doing raids.
Okay. Then the last one. Sorry, are you not done? Please continue if you are.
So I'm going to. You know what? You said I can try and make random rack shit. So the only thing I can think of to try and do is to make some random rack shit, and I'll see if I can just bastard out a rack tech device that we can throw fucking shit into to get
Other
guns
things
out
out.
of. Yeah, guns and ammo, you know?
Okay. Then the last one I will ask about the plans of will be Silco.
Mm-hmm.
You got
So,
any ideas initially?
first question. We talked about
Yeah.
before my communication. Said I was working on it, didn't say I was done it, so that's something I can work on. Second thing is I've been requested by Matt to figure out gunpowder. Would you like a chemist role to see if I can synthesize that, or maybe it's something I could get the drones to make if I can figure out how to get them to do what I want. That's another thing.
So just for the communication thing,
Mhm.
where you had left off with it was being like basically you figured out what you were doing. You had everything you needed to start doing it.
Mhm.
It was just a matter of taking the time to do it because they have to bring you a lot of basically analog like
Yes.
radios that they're using
And there's
for
all
you to
manual
be
labor.
able to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not that you don't like. It's not even that you necessarily need to make rolls for that part. It's just that it's taking time to
Right.
finish doing the project as a whole.
Wonderful.
And yes, you are now being requested for assistance on doing some gunpowder research
Mhm.
to see what you can and can't do on that front. This isn't really your shtick because you're a biochemist,
Yes.
not a gunpowder chemist. But I mean, chemistry's chemistry, right?
Yeah. For sure.
Right?
For sure.
Yeah. So, huh. We will. We'll start with Matt and him trying to learn some runes. So, Matt,
Hmm.
the runes, you're trying to learn the ones inside your
My
forge.
forge. Yeah. The ruins of my soul.
Yes. Some of them you somewhat understand, like you understand what they are, even if you can't really use them yet. And which mostly you can figure out what they're supposed to do based off of like what they're currently doing, you know? And
Mhm.
that means if you wanted to just set something on fire, figure out which one's the rune of fire is basically just draw it on something and see if it lights on fire.
Mm.
It's a lot of what does this do is basic shit like that.
Mhm.
As for figuring out how to start applying it to other things, that is the hard part. Because the part that you only semi understand is how to put them onto things where it doesn't just say light them on fire. Like you don't have the knowledge yet as to why the entire forge isn't on fire, despite the fact that these runes ring everything.
Well, fire is fire. It's a
Mhm.
language. You need more parts of the sentence.
Yes, and it's going to be a matter of deciphering some of the runes that you can't identify by simply writing them on things at a certain point. Because you can just write it down, but that doesn't mean that you always know what it does if it just doesn't do anything to what you write it on. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So I'm going to start you off. Let me pull up character sheet to take a look at what we got for skills here. So I'm going to have you roll me a good old fashioned logic and a weaponsmith to try and figure some of the more figure some more of this out.
Mm.
Mhm.
Actually, no, I don't have to roll. I can use in my forge. I have the ability to use willpower instead of int in my forge.
That would only replace which of those you were rolling off of. And just as importantly, that is for forging, not necessarily for understanding the runes, because
Eh,
that is the challenge of the forge, is to figure out these runes.
I don't get enough XP to raise that type of stuff.
I mean, I've given you guys lots of XP. You've just
Mm.
put it into more specific things than that.
I'll fight for it. Who cares?
Well, you don't need to. You have time. This is just your first set of rolls. It's not like if you fail these, oh nope, you don't get to hear any more. No, this is just going to be figuring out how long it takes you to learn these things, because it's more a matter of time than anything else. And this is basically going to be representing trying to figure out over the first few days of looking at them and experimenting. Okay. So, looking these things over, some of them you figure out pretty quickly, where it's like, oh, so this rune, if I write it like this on a piece of metal, makes the metal harder. Or if I write this rune here in combination with this rune, it makes like a flaming sword. That's neat. Except it doesn't do the same thing for each one. Is it for a specific metal? And it's a lot of it's going to be a lot of trial and error. So give me another 2 of each.
I'm gonna raise my int by.
I'll feel free to.
10. Or shall 11. There we go.
Absolutely free. Feel free to.
Plus 11, so 6. That's an expensive purchase, so that'll be. And then for another 2. There we go. And that'll put it up to 50. So. Alright, Logic. Don't be a dick.
Good old 50-50 odds. One more logic. Or,
Much better.
that works.
Yeah. And then. Okay.
Very nice. Okay. So going through these, what you start to figure out from going through them and actually working on them and experimenting with them, you start figuring out why some of the runes will act differently depending on what material you put them on. And the primary reason for it is very simple. Some of the runes aren't a single rune, but rather several runes drawn on top of each other to change what they mean while having the same effect.
It's kind of like a verb.
Mm-hmm. The layer the runes on top, and it's going to be a matter of pulling these apart and figuring out exactly what these were trying to say. So you now know your method. You start applying it, and you start picking this apart. And you realize this is going to take a long time to decipher. These are made so thick and intricate that there is no way to learn them rapidly. Getting a basic understanding for strengthening metal and making it so that metal is softer and more malleable while you're working on it, that you definitely will be able to do very, very easily.
I have some merit I can spend, so it'll be
This is not a merit expenditure thing.
No, I'm talking about speed up of the understanding. I just learn faster. Reduces time. Is that doable, or is that not doable?
It's sort of doable. Basically, most smiths, when they start properly figuring out these runes, probably have an intelligence somewhere in the 70s. That's when they start learning these, right? But they don't become mastered for decades at least, unless they are a unique genius.
Well, I need to learn them now, so.
Hey, we don't always get what we want.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. But You're starting to make progress. Most of what you have managed to peel out of this is stuff that will make it easier to work metals and to make it so what you do make is a lot more durable on the long term. So it'll start being able to take, say, if you put the strengthening runes onto, say, the metal of a rifle, it would make it melee hardened to the point where you can fight most things just by hitting them with this, and it'll still function normally as a gun without any difficulties afterwards.
Okay.
Stuff like that. You pick up a couple that are runes of sharpness for making blades sharper. The biggest thing you're starting to figure out from your very good rolls here is that most of these runes are designed to do two things. One, enhance your ability to manipulate materials inside of this forge and allow you to apply things to items that you could not accomplish outside of the forge. You didn't even realize before how much the forge was actually assisting you in, just as an example, when you made the cloak for the High Priest of the Forgotten. You never realized how much the forge actually manipulated the materials to even make that possible in the first place.
You're gonna come back to me. A huge number of tickets came in. And I gotta make a bunch of phone calls.
Do your thing. So, he's going to be spending a few days doing that.
Mhm.
We will rotate to. I'm actually going to rotate to Blast first, real fast, because I'm sure yours will probably be a little short, but I would like to see what you thought of since I've given you a little time.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is taking some of the damaged machinery
And rat teching it.
and rat teching it. It's just
Mhm.
been like, fuck off. I'm going in this room that's got the pile of scrap that y'all don't want.
Okay.
Just leave food at the door for a day or two.
I'm going to start you off with 3 rack tech rolls. Nice and simple. And due to the nature of rack tech, you're not wholly positive what you're going to come out with. But what
Which is
is.
why he plans to test it himself.
Give me a vague like route you're trying to go with. Are you trying to build communication equipment, weapons, vehicles? Give me just a direction.
Right now, the first thing he's trying to produce, because the two biggest things that they need is guns and vehicles. Something that'll just spit out vehicles. Even if it's just dune buggies.
Most importantly, they actually have a bunch of trucks and stuff. Moving around the city is not that bad for them because they
Okay.
have civilian vehicles. What they need are armored vehicles and, much more relevantly, body armor.
Okay, so yes, I will be trying to get something that will spit out guns and body armor.
Okay. Give me 3 rack tech rolls, and now that we have a direction of what we're building for, we'll see what you actually get out because, well, rack tech.
Will I get any bonuses to this roll because of my specializations with armory and armormonger and
Let
shit?
me double check your sheet, but I don't think so because this is rack tech and not traditional engineering.
Because it's like I've got max ranks and trade armorer as
And
well
back strength
as
rack tech.
and max ranks and rack tech and armormonger and technical knock. And I've got the special trait rack tech crafting.
So the Racktech crafting thing is what's going to allow you to build this in the first place.
Fair enough.
This is not traditional engineering in any way, shape, or form.
Yep.
If you apply your understanding as an engineer and an armorer from a traditional standpoint, you're actually going to struggle harder.
So
Because
yep. It's
Yeah.
just this looks pretty. Let's see if it'll work in this spot. Oh, convenience.
Yeah, basically. It's one of those things where the harder you think about rack tech, the worse it actually ends up functioning. The Racknell don't actually think about their own equipment.
Yep. At that point, he's just going to be like, I need something that makes guns, and I need something that makes armor.
You're
That
basically
looks similar. Let's start with that.
you're basically using orc logic on equipment. So, with that in mind, your rolls, please.
Okay. Racktech 1. Racktech 2. Racktech 3. And I will give
Cool.
the second one a reroll because why not?
If you would like. Because with rack tech, even a failure is going to give you something.
Yep.
I was actually going to ask if you were sure if you wanted to do the reroll, because the worst rerolls give you the wackier shit.
No, I was rerolling the 81 anyway.
Oh, the 81?
Yeah, because it's
well,
me. But
cool.
so I've got one that's like right on the money, one that's really good success, and one that's really bad failure. I'm across the board.
Basically, yes.
I am a
Just
fucking
like
rack, and I didn't know it.
Basically, I mean, were you switched at birth? No, you're a giant fucking lizard, not a small rat, man. Never mind. So,
I have the body of a Vesk, the soul of a rack.
allow me to go over this list in order of the most degrees of failure to the least.
Okay.
So, first and foremost, your first one, you got 5 degrees. Very nice roll. You manage, like, looking over some of the parts and going, yeah. You do manage to make a machine that basically, so long as you put cloth and metal into it, it will produce at least basic body armor. You'll need to do some rolls to upgrade it for more, shall we say, heavy body armor. But
Something
this will
better
make
than Kevlar.
Yeah. But this is better than what they had by a long shot, since before they had nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You're able to produce basic body, like just bulletproof vests, which will have an armor rating of like 5.
2, 3. Oh,
No,
nice.
5. It's rack tech, so you're getting something a bit better out of it than standard body armor. But it also only covers the chest with the current design, and it doesn't enhance them in any way. Whereas actual military armor offers a lot of bonuses to stats. It is just body armor.
Mm-hmm.
That just means you'll need to work on it more.
Yep.
The 77. You were working on this and you felt really good about it. You were like, yeah, this is going to make guns. And it does. But they're toy guns. You have made a machine that produces BB guns, specifically. So you can put somebody's eye out.
No, it's convenient. Training weapons.
Yes. They produce BB guns by feeding in a combination of wood and metal and plastic. Or plastic, I should say. You can either do plastic or metal. The metal ones are going to, of course, be sturdier, but the machine will replace metal with plastic on those BB guns if you need. Or if you just put only plastic in it, it'll produce a fully plastic BB gun. It's a piece of shit, but hey, it's something.
That amuses the hell out of me.
The last one. You finish working on it. You stand back, hands on your hips, and you have no idea what the fuck you're looking at. Like, it's got a feed thing in one end, it has an output in the other. You have no idea what it does. You don't know what you need to feed into it. You don't know what it's going to produce. Nothing.
Which
So,
is when he steps outside, reaches into his bag, sees people staring at him, pulls out a sign from his bag, hangs it or magnetizes it to the door, and then closes the door, and everybody sees Racknell Engineering testing in progress.
what would you like to do as your first experiment to find out what the fuck you actually made?
First thing is he's going to throw in some fabric.
Cool.
You know, just it seems the safest.
Roll me a luck test, please.
Oh gods.
Out the other side comes very odd items. Like, they're made of cloth, and they've got these straps, and it's got like these two like cloth patches on the front held together by them. You don't know what this is. You haven't seen this type of thing before. This isn't something your people use, certainly. It looks like it like this maybe it gets tied together. Your character doesn't know what this is. People don't use whatever this is.
Yeah, you know what he does?
What's that?
Pulls out his Racknell communicator, takes a picture of it, and sends it to his friendly neighborhood Racknell. Any idea what the fuck this is?
After a bit of a pause, you get the answer back of, it clothing? I think that's ask a human. I think humans wear that sort of thing.
Okay. Picks it up, steps outside, grabs a random person. Hey, you know what this is?
You're just grabbing some like resistance member, and they're like,
Yeah.
well, they kind of look at it and goes, first thing into their mouth, why are you holding a bikini top?
Weird. Hold.
You asked what it is. Women's swimsuit, I think. He kind of looks closer. Well, I mean, sort of. That doesn't look like it's waterproof fabric, and those are usually made out of waterproof fabric because, well, if you
Good,
don't use
good.
the right,
Picks him
well,
up, take him over, sets him by the door. Wait here for a minute. Hold this. Just sets it on him and steps back inside. And then he'll stick a piece of wood inside.
what gets produced is, it looks like it's a triangle this time, made of, it's very stiff, and there's a triangle on one end, triangle on the other, and there's cloth that like holds, like, not cloth, but like it's like it's held together in the middle and along the sides by, if it was cloth it would be straps, but because it's wood it's all like it's carved. It's like it's carved to be what it was going to be if you put cloth in.
I thought you were going to say board shorts, like wooden board shorts.
So then he's just going to grab like he'll just grab the odds and ends, a couple of wires, some cloth, some wood, a couple pieces of scrap metal, toss them in.
It produces another one of the tops that you now know as a bikini top. That is now primarily made of the cloth, but it also has all of these wires and blinking lights, and like there's a couple gears that are turning on like the very front of each of the cloth triangles, and they're actually moving. So they're not just a decoration.
It's just
Or
Steps
maybe they
back out.
are a decoration.
Yeah, he steps out, takes a look at it. The
There's
dude.
the guy that you grabbed. There is another resistance member who's standing there going, "Why are you holding that?" And he's like, "I don't know. The lizard guy gave you. Why am I holding this?"
Tell me what this one is. If it's the same, sets it in his hands.
Which one do you hand him?
Oh, I just tossed the wooden one to the side.
Oh, you just toss the wooden one to the side.
Yep, is handing him the really fancy one.
He looks at it and he's like, I mean, the same thing, only squints at it. Steampunk? What the fuck are you making?
That's what I was figuring out. Here, have a look yourself.
What do you mean? You were figuring out as he'll follow you in if you bring him in.
Yep, it's just. So I figured out how to make rack tech.
So, a few tests and conversations with the humans, you have made a machine that no matter what you put in it, will produce a bikini of one variety of or another. Depending on what you put into it, depends on what kind of bikini it comes out as. Since you did like wires and gears and just random assortment of stuff, you got a steampunk bikini. If you put in more high-tech stuff, which you have a couple items you like that's like, oh, here's a cell phone I don't fucking use because I have a rack tech communicator, that type of thing. If you toss that in, you get a sci-fi bikini. It glows.
It's just hangs a sign on it, bikini machine, and sets it outside the door.
Yes, this will become very rapidly a new entertainment for the base. For this little it's not even a base. This is a resistance underground hideout in a warehouse district, and you have built a bikini machine in it. It rapidly becomes a source of combination of fascination and amusement for the resistance fighters.
Yep. And then he's going to grab the guy that he's been chatting with and just be like, "Do me a favor, go grab
Yeah.
the base commander."
What, you mean Ralia?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I can get him, yeah. And he goes and gets the boss, and he's just, is this important?
Yes. Behold. See, pile of clothing.
Armor.
Gets pile of scrap clothing. Tosses it in the back of a machine. Watches his flak vest start pouring out the other side.
Oh! Yes, no, awesome. Good. Oh, good, thank you. I'm gonna...
If you want, I can tinker with it and see if I can upgrade it, but that's a gamble.
Please.
I like how you're like, it's a gamble.
Oh, it very much is a gamble. You could make this worse.
It's just pats him on the shoulder. Keep in mind, that bikini machine was another attempt.
Bikini machine? And now he gets introduced to the bikini machine.
Yep.
And the only thing he can do is ask, why?
I don't know. Do you know what a rack is? Or a racknell is?
As your racknell, Nyx, pokes her head up from behind your machine. Hey, I like this.
Right? It's fun.
This is neat.
It's not ours to question why.
It is but to do or die.
She looks at the resistance leader, Marcus, and is just, oh yeah, no, but yeah, no, this is like peak rack tech. Like peak. This is great. None of these wires are connected over here, and yet they work. I love it.
I told you, I figured out how to do it. You didn't believe me.
I believed you. I just didn't want to tell you.
Brat.
It's just gonna pull a wire, switch it in your machine, and it is now producing both men's and women's bathing clothes. Fucking bathing suits. She's like, but I am better at this than you.
Well, then help me up. Well, then help me upgrade this one.
I mean,
Need more than just vests.
I'm willing to take a crack at it. But bulletproof vests are pretty nice. Actually, you know what? We have one that's working, so we're gonna have to do this the Racknell way.
And try to reproduce it, but better?
Yeah, that one. Because if you break the one that's working, then it stops working. But if you break one that is a second one,
Gotcha. You just looks at the
yeah.
base commander, walks back in, picks up the big machine, carries it out. Where do you want this?
He's currently looking at a pair of board shorts that got produced by the upgrade that Nick's made to it. He's like, huh? Oh, armory is kind of pauses. Actually, go put that on a truck. I'm gonna send that somewhere else. I'm not sure if this new commander is going to be better at locating us than the last one, so we might have to move bases soonish.
Fair enough. I mean, sticks it on a truck, comes back. All right, Nix, you ready for this?
You could leave them the bikini machine if they come and raid the base.
Leave the Federation to find. It is now just a swimsuit machine. Nix poked at it a bit and got it to produce board shorts too.
Yep.
Out of wood.
Out of whatever you put into it.
I think making board shorts out of boards.
No. Now here's the real test.
Yes.
Put a glass of water in it.
You put a glass of water in it and it produces let me roll a D3 to see which part it does. Board shorts. It has board shorts made of water. And now you have confounded the humans even more.
What did you do? Don't look at it hard enough. Won't be a problem.
This is currently defying anything resembling logic. But the worst part of it, or maybe you don't know what part of it you could describe this as. When somebody touches the shorts, they fall apart and fall into a puddle again.
And then reform.
Which confuses people further. And yes, they do reform afterwards. But you can't pick it up because it's water. It just flows between your hands.
He's just like, I have an idea. And he'll pick up the nearest person that's staring at it and just set them in it butt first.
No. Oh, now my ass is wet. And when he gets up, it's still on the floor.
Trat, I was hoping it would form around you.
You watched it? Oh, it did! While he was sitting there, and then it flowed back down into the puddle when he got back up. You have a board short-shaped puddle on the floor. Somebody grabs a bucket and tries putting into that, and it works. And then they're just...
No. Now you have the ultimate prank. Just pour it on a chair. Whoever sits there will have water vents.
I'm going to the cafeteria. Walks out. So, that will be where we'll leave you for the moment.
With me and
Nick's getting ready to go on it.
Yep.
Silco! Johnny, you're back, yeah?
I am back, yes.
All right. Silco. Well, first and foremost, the whole thing with the communication systems, it's just time and effort. Like, it's not going to really take anything from you to work on those. So it's only a question of what you do want to be working on that will be not just a passive thing you are doing between other projects.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna go check on the drones. That's one of my main things.
You're gonna go check on the drones, huh? The ones that you made?
Yes.
Well, you already noticed that the what did I name him? Because I named him Juno. Or you named him, I should say. You named him Juno.
Yeah.
Juno did manage to start very small scale production of drones. Very, very small scale. He's only gotten like 3 so far.
Okay.
So, but when you kind of go looking for them, you end up in the sewers first and foremost,
Right.
which is lovely. And go ahead and actually roll me. Let me check here. Roll me. Either a survival test or an awareness test to kind of pick up their trail. Because
Well,
you have a
it's
vague direction for them, but that doesn't help you actually locate where they went. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Cool. Thank you for that. A little poking around, and eventually you find where they have. Basically, they found a little room that was really meant for people to stop in at when they're working on the sewers,
Hmm.
and you using your ability to at least have a vague direction of where they are and a little investigating of a few marks that they left behind from moving in and out of the sewers a bit, you find that they have actually created a bit of a false wall here.
Okay. Interesting.
Yes, so they're actively trying to hide where they're working from. And push in, and you find yourself looking at one of the pseudo-organic tunnels that they tend to make.
Mhm.
There's no light, but then again, you can see in the dark thanks to your deal with the Forgotten.
Mhm.
So that's not really a challenge, just a detail for you.
Right.
Going through the tunnels, heading deeper into them, you find yourself kind of in a rat's warren of tunnel structures. Following your connection to the drones, you do run into a small group that are actively excavating and working their way. Well, when you check the compass directions, it looks like they're heading vaguely north.
Is that towards the city?
And when you check the maps that you do have, no, it's towards the mines.
Okay. Good. Yeah, they're going towards the material they need. Gotcha.
Yes. And they're working industriously. You can feel them attempt to acknowledge you,
Mhm.
but your species as a Leonin are basically psionically dead, so you can't really receive the message correctly.
Yeah. I've only
But
been
you
really
can
able to
tell,
communicate with Juno, so
yeah. Only extremely powerful psionics can communicate with you psionically.
Mhm.
And these things, they're not very
yes.
powerful.
Yeah.
But you can at least tell they attempted based on body language.
Right. There was acknowledgement.
There was
I
acknowledgement
exist.
of you. Indeed.
Yeah.
And they continue working. Um Doing a bit of backtracking and following the most recent construction paths, you do find a set of rooms eventually.
Mhm.
Said rooms look mostly to be storage spaces where they're storing, it looks like currently it's mostly, what's it called?
Bubble?
Stone.
Yeah.
It's currently mostly holding stone because that is what they're getting out of the tunnels as they're working.
Yeah.
And you do see that there is a single tube for clone production that Juno is standing next to. And it has its head cocked to the side as it seems to be trying to figure something out. And when you arrive, it turns its head to you and sends you a mental greeting. It's just a very it's doing it through the forgotten connection, so you can feel that it's a greeting of hello, but it's not per se words.
Right. Do I need a scrutiny to see that he's having a hard time with this this thing here, or
No. It's not exactly hiding the fact that it's definitely working on one of the psionic consoles that they build to control their shit.
Yeah.
And you can tell based off of some of the changes that you can see happening to the liquid chemicals inside of the tube that it's changing compositions around. And your assumption, because you did remove their normal ability to self-replicate,
I did.
that means it's trying to figure out the changes you made so that it can start replicating.
Right.
The clever little shit already figured a way around that. As a note, so you remember why it's doing this from last time, it managed to roll a 1.
It's good times.
Yes, that was what gained it its sentience.
Yeah.
So it's a clever little fuck.
Yeah.
I say it that way since you didn't want it working on things like this on its own.
Which is completely understandable. It's going to be curious.
Yes, it is. So, now the question is, what do you want to do? You're here. You found your clone, your little drone clones. They are working industriously in various capacities, and Juno is actively trying to figure out its population problem, because only having a couple dozen of it, as far as they're well, as far as these creatures are concerned, that's like saying there's only 2 people working in a warehouse.
Yeah. I'll talk to it and say, would you like me to unlock this for you?
Go ahead and roll me a basic fellowship test. Because if you remember, you've been having communication troubles with it because it's got a very alien mind.
Yeah.
Allow me to roll 1 for Juno so that we can see if he can figure this shit out on his end. That's right. No, we are having a failure of communication.
I like how he has like almost the same fellowship as me, and he's just like not even a week old. Feels good, man.
Well, that's not an intelligence roll. That's a fellowship roll.
Fellowship. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Both the same
sorry.
fellowship
I heard you wrong.
Pretty much. My apologies. Yeah.
I wonder if you have to wonder: is that a reflection on him or on you?
I want to say it's a reflection on me. Feels good.
Well, I meant that more in the poor social skills category, but take it how you want.
40 is still pretty high on the average of things.
It is. For humans, that is just below max. So
yeah,
it's trying.
That's okay.
It's 2 alien minds, neither one of which is designed only for a specific kind of psionic communication, and the other that is designed not at all for psionic communication, attempting to reach over the boundary.
When in doubt, bring out the whiteboard. I'll have can I use like a device to use technomancy on it to like project it up?
Absolutely.
Okay, use my my cell phone. Cellular device. All right. So I'll put things out, and I'll just start getting the language barrier out of the way here, so he can have something to work off of.
So you're going to try to... Are you trying to teach him a bit of language then?
Yes.
Cool. This is going to be... For you, this is going to be an intelligence plus... Are you just trying to teach him the common language that you know already?
I was just thinking.
Actually, that is the only language you currently speak, isn't it?
Yeah.
Unless you want to teach him like binary or something, you know.
Math.
Because the way this is going to work,
yeah,
basically, if you use the common language, since that is a language that you speak and is your native tongue, just as importantly, it'll be an intelligence test plus 30 for your expertise in the language. That would bring you to including your natural, I believe, that would be having you roll on a 90.
Right.
And it'll be an intelligence roll on his part to learn.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's do hexadecimal. So base 6 instead of base 2 for binary.
Okay. If you're going to do a hexadecimal and try to teach it that way, it is going to be more of a base intelligence. Let's see what's your logic and stuff.
Yeah, I was thinking because I, use technomancy anyway, it would be a lot easier to communicate through that type of thing compared to just speaking language, and also be like a little bit of.
So technomancy doesn't actually teach you programming per se. You basically are using a sort of almost magic to work around it.
I was just saying if I use the magic on the device to do the thing I wanted it to do compared to me doing it. That's what I was saying.
Oh, so you're just trying to get the device to teach him rather than teach him yourself.
Yeah, I have the direction, and then I just use my technomancy to do the communication for me.
Okay.
That's it's something it can already do. Numbers.
I kind of see where you're going with this.
Cool.
Go ahead and roll me a technomancy roll, actually.
Let's roll tech use.
Okay, so you get a language learning program running of a sort. And you want it to teach him hex, or do you want it to actually teach him a language?
I figured hex would be fun to work with. It kind of puts a little bit of a barrier because people have to figure out that it's using hex to begin with.
It also adds a little bit of a barrier for you because your character doesn't actually speak hexadecimal code himself.
It's true.
If like communicating with a computer via technomancy is very different from understanding coding language. It actually makes it so you don't have to understand programming language.
Right.
Doesn't stop you from learning. You could learn together.
We could learn together, and he's gonna outlearn me because I've made a monster here. No, let's just make it simple. Let's. I liked my idea, but let's just go for normal language, so we can both communicate here through this.
Okay. So allow me to roll for your machine. I'm just gonna do a straight D100 roll here. 79. Now you have made an assumption.
Yeah.
With this thing. That you made a hyper intelligent monster. However, That's his intelligence.
Right.
That's not what the one gave him.
No.
I mean, it did, but not. He's not.
We got to start somewhere. I got you.
So, if you want to leave him with this machine, it will, in fact, over time, teach him the language he needs to know. Doing the machine does make it so you don't have to sit there and teach him yourself when he doesn't fucking understand for a while.
Sure.
That is the big bonus of that.
All right. I'll leave it with him then, and we shall try again tomorrow. I'll just continue to come down and try to teach my offspring, my offspring, my child.
Offspring, indeed. Your baby boy.
Yes.
Go
Creation.
ahead and give me one more awareness test on the way out,
Of course.
just to figure out where you're going, shit like that.
Yeah.
So on the way out, though,
right,
you do notice that there are some of the drones working on something.
Oh.
And when you kind of you see that they're working on something in a room using some. It looks like they have a pile of various metals next to them.
Okay.
And when you kind of like, well, what are these? Like everybody else seems to be working on expanding their network, their underground network. What are these guys actually working on? And when you take a look, you see that there is an odd boxy shape next to them that looks very distinctly like a rifle.
Oh, interesting.
And when you kind of come in to look, one of them will look up at you, stand up, pick up said rifle, and hand it to you before going back to working. And what it's working on is looks like a partially built one of the rifles, as I'm hearing Allie in the background now. You still there, Johnny?
I'm still here. Yeah. Allie was just showing me her allergic reaction.
Oh.
Yeah, it's weird. Anyway, yeah. So I got a rifle. And looks cool.
And it seems like these ones are working on rifles of some sort. And you have been handed one. It handed it to you in the gesture, almost a gesture that could almost be read as, "Here you go."
All right. So let's take it out and get Blast to fire it, and we'll go from there.
Blast.
Yep.
Apparently, your scientist is walking up to you and handing you this really weird, blocky rifle, basically going, "Fire this."
Can I make some kind of check to figure out what it is first?
Okay, I'll let you deal with that. I'm gonna go check on Allie.
Go ahead and roll me your armorer.
Okay.
I don't think you had weaponsmithing. If you have weaponsmithing, that would...
No.
Yeah, it's just armor.
Because armor was supposed to be armor and weaponsmithing.
Well, we've made changes.
Repair and yeah.
Armor is mostly for repair and maintenance is what we've settled it into.
Yep, repair, maintenance, and upgrade. Well,
that's the one.
Prefab upgrade.
Well, upgrade in general. Like if you... It makes it... It's for working with existing materials.
Yeah.
And then working from like blueprints and the like. Whereas weaponsmithing is making brand new shit.
Gotcha.
Or Racktech is making brand new shit. Because why make technology people can understand?
Yep.
With an 8, it is a rifle, and this is not a rifle that you have. Okay, so the closest thing you can compare it to from your base of knowledge is actually the thermal lance you have. It's not exactly one. It's definitely weaker than one. based off of what you're seeing. But looking at it, studying it, and like just going over it, it doesn't have the ability to remove the power core that runs it. And given your nature as the let me stick my finger in the light socket person,
Yep.
giving it a bit of a taste, it is a fairly low energy current for what it is. So the question is, would you like to try firing it?
Yeah. I'll be like, I need a firing range.
Not a problem. They get you somewhere where you can test it out and then clear out a bit because they don't want to be standing near it.
Yep.
Because you've already produced one weird thing, and now you're holding another weapon that nobody recognizes. So people are wary.
Yep, understandable. And he'll aim it down range and fire it.
Taking a crack with it, it's actually a pretty good gun. It puts some decent sized holes into the target. I will give you the stats real quick so you can see what I mean by that. It is a semi-auto weapon, and it does not have a full auto option, though it does have a 3-round burst.
Okay.
And that's the damage for it. 2d10 plus 5, AP 10.
He'll sit there for a couple of minutes and fire it to see if he can burn through the clip or the charge.
After a while of firing, it starts getting very hot. Basically, after about 30 rounds, the weapon needs to cool down or it might start damaging the internal components. Though, if you are human, you would also start damaging your flesh components.
But it will cool down and recharge on its own?
Yes, it cools down and it can resume firing, and you could keep that up for literal hours.
Oh, looks like someone's been making some good shit.
Yeah. You show back up to our scientists.
Silco stuck around to
Oh,
watch
okay.
it.
Then gets the explanation.
Yeah. So, not sure what that energy source is, but whatever they made it, I mean, it doesn't seem to run out of charge.
Yeah.
Blast. Have you tried using psionics on it yet? What was that, Matt?
Matt?
Yep, the 2 old ones. So I'll just. Can you verify that John?
Oh, he's on the phone.
Yeah.
Please continue your thought.
He accidentally unmuted. No worries. I'll poke at it with my brain.
Got brain poke it.
Yep.
All right.
See if it has any instructionals or anything. Which could be amusing.
Since you have actually tried to use psionics on it, a little HUD pops up. It's got a holographic sight. It has a basically a tracker to keep track of the heat and how many shots remain before it has to cool down.
Interesting.
It doesn't have more than that.
Yeah. But it's like
it need more than that.
Yeah, it's just he thinks at it, re-aims, looks at you, like interesting. But
it doesn't have a super sophisticated targeting system or anything. It's not going to give bonuses.
Yeah, it's just a red dot basically.
Yeah. More like just a holographic sight.
Yeah, he looks at you and is like, you require a psionic touch to access the HUD. But
I figured they put something extra in. Very nice.
Yeah, it's got a hollow sight and trackers to keep track of heat level and when it needs to cool down to recharge, etc.
Would you eat heat?
Yes.
I wonder if you could
energy.
energy. I wonder if the excess heat could be siphoned somehow with your physiology.
You absolutely could.
Yeah,
But
I'll
look,
just sit. Yeah, no, because I haven't. You know, it's just he'll sit there and start firing it and use his ability to start siphoning heat as he's firing.
yeah, absolutely, you can.
Get a hair
You'll,
trimmer with you, and I think you'll be all set.
the heat income is higher than what you can siphon per turn, right? But it'll get you an extra 20 shots before it has to recharge, giving you basically a clip of 50.
Nice. He's
Yeah.
like, if you don't mind giving this to me, I have ideas. This could
You're
be
the only
used.
psionic member that I know of.
Oh no, I'm most likely going to be dismantling it and using it to upgrade my thermal lance because this is
I see. Well, good
this is
luck.
basically a miniature low power thermal lance.
And it was made from the materials, our drones, so it'd probably get more.
The main issue that you can see with it is significantly lower power than the thermal lance, I believe. Let me double
I
check.
mean,
Let me double check your thermal lance's damage.
yeah, it does about a D10 plus 5 less, but it has the
Yes.
same
So
10.
it's not bad. Yeah. So it's actually pretty similar. You
Yeah,
might be able to get that power core to work in yours.
might be able. Well, no, I'm thinking of using the mindset of this to condense the thermal lance from a heavy weapon to a basic weapon while maintaining its capabilities.
Yeah, you might be able to pull that off. That would have to be for our next cycle of rolls and stuff for you to do. But
Yeah, but
if
I'm
you would
not
like to
worried
start
about it right now.
yeah, if you would like to start researching that, yeah, that's actually a perfectly viable
Yeah,
path of research for you.
and it's
In fact,
something I could. Something I could.
looking
Go ahead.
looking at it,
Hmm.
this doesn't look. Now that you're comparing the two, they're not that dissimilar in design either.
Interesting. Interesting.
This is definitely a different design. Don't get me wrong, but not that different.
Like, if you're giving me this gun, right?
Yes, it's yours.
Then if I can create something with this gun that I can sell as a blueprint to Doomco, I will share the profits.
Be nice to know. I think giving this information to the drones is an ideal solution as well. Something they can work off of. Maybe if you can improve the design, they can work off that.
Yeah, I will think about it. See if you can get them to give me a more powerful version of this battery.
I don't think they're going to be able to do that right yet, but maybe if they get more materials. So what they're lacking right now is a bigger.
Oh, she having a let feast over.
Liam?
Yes.
I'm going to go over the battery to see what kind of materials that I can piece out of it.
Oh, like trying to figure out what they used?
Because I've got a stockpile of rare materials.
Go ahead and
Tech use for running over it with my scanner?
because this is the first roll of it, it's going to be a raw intelligence for the first one. And as you figure out more things, you'll figure out which skills are more relevant for what you're working on. Because this does not, I will tell you now, run off of tech that you quite understand.
That's why I was asking it tech use with my scanner, because my scanner is Racknell.
Yes, and that's why I'm giving you a roll in the first place.
Okay.
So you can start this first roll is to start figuring out what you need. Cool. So the feedback from the scanner, this is probably going to be a project that you're going to need help on, because the actual skill you're going to need for this is an understanding of thermodynamics and of basically thermal physics. So this is its design, is much as I want to help you more with it as the GM, this thing's design requires a level of technical knowledge to understand that your character lacks. So what that means is you will need somebody with the technical knowledge to help you understand the parts you don't understand. Because understanding the weapon parts of it, good. Understanding how the battery is continuously doing what it's doing, that's the issue. But
I kind of get you, but I kind of want to argue, because with my talents and my trades and tech use and everything, I feel like that should be something I should at least have an idea of.
So it's like saying that you understand a jet's engine because you understand a car's engine.
No, I'm saying
sort of right, but not.
No, I'm saying that because of my armory and tech use and these very specific talent weapons tech that works on all energy weapons, as well as my literal consumption of energy.
Though none of those make you understand how a nuclear reactor works, though, now do they?
It's the same thing with your character,
Fair enough.
Nyx, in your other game. You're an ace that can build his own mech and do everything, but you don't know how to build a fusion generator.
Yep,
from the ground up.
But
you know what they do.
Now, the thing is that I was trying to tell you is that there is somebody on base that can help you, and it's not Silco. Because Silco is a very specific kind of scientist.
Yeah.
Siri, however.
Oh. Right. I forgot about Siri.
Yes. Siri has the right knowledges to assist you with this project. She won't understand the gun side of it, but the battery she can help with.
Liam,
yes, your infused knowledge will help, but this requires a lot of specialization to fully grasp.
I was just thinking about for the programming thing earlier.
Yes.
Infused knowledge probably would have popped up with that. Because that's a scholastic.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You do have. I did forget at the time that you had.
Yeah, no, I completely forgot about it too in the moment. So now that came up, I was just like, oh yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, no, I thought of that for this, but I did forget about that earlier. I didn't even think of that. Sorry.
It's okay.
Well, either way, you got a perfectly working program, one way or the other, and it's probably better for them to be able to understand common anyway if you want them working with people.
Exactly.
Anyway, so yeah, Siri, like I said, she won't be able to stand the gun side of it, but she'll be able to help you with the battery side.
Nope. So it's just like, give Siri a call.
We will do that when we get back to you, because I would like to go back to finish up with Silco, because this was just him doing his first thing.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Silco.
Yes.
So, you said you're going to be checking up on them to check on their progress. I assume you're going to do that semi-regularly?
Yeah, I'm going to go every day.
Okay. I will tell you now, some days you will find yourself unable to go because they're going to be asking you to, act as a doctor.
Right. That's fair.
Things have not stopped moving in the city just because you guys are hunkering down. And some of the resistance fighters, despite the fact that they're being told to keep their noses clean right now, they're viva la revolution, and sometimes that means they get a little too enthusiastic, and a couple of them get themselves in trouble. So I will make some rolls for Juno to learn the language.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, he's learning things. By the time that he is caught up timeline wise to where I'm going to be putting you guys next,
Mm-hmm.
he will have a basic understanding of Common,
Nice.
which will help a lot. It's going to be the learning a second language level of understanding Common. So it's going to be a bit of broken English in essence, but better than what you had.
Yeah.
As for more specific projects, is there any other more specific projects you would like to be working on? Or are you just going to be working with the drones as best you can?
Yeah, I think I'm being the administrator for the drones, and trying to. It's more of a research study as well at the same time on how the forgotten aspect interacts with the main guide, because now there's a little bit of a hierarchy system going on as there wasn't before. The drones were all under the same, let's say, level before. They all had their tasks, but they all did things the same. But now that there's one with sentience that can lead them, I need to keep up on that.
So, what I'm going to give you for that is similar to the others. I'm going to keep this a little bit more streamlined.
Sounds good.
I'm going to give you first an awareness test and scrutiny, actually,
Okay.
because you're trying to understand their habits.
I'll use a fate point for that. Say close.
Well,
close
I'm
enough.
going to. Well, if you don't want to use a fate point, like this is
Okay.
going to be an overtime thing.
Right.
So I was about to give you another pair of these rolls, since your first roll set was on like teaching them, getting them set up for learning languages, stuff like that, and working with them on that.
I need
I
to
was going to give you
remember.
another awareness.
I have heightened
Huh?
senses, sight and hearing. I need to remember that I have those. Because
You can add the plus 10.
Yeah, I'm still off by 1, but it's
Yeah.
still important to have.
Yeah. So if you don't want to use the fate points, it only changes how long it takes you to start coming to understandings.
Gotcha.
Rather than if you roll really bad, then it'll be a hard failure. But a single degree, it's just a matter of it's taking longer.
Yeah, that's fine. You're right, Liam. I should. I'll hold on to it.
I don't know where the session's going to go fully yet, because I don't know how you guys are going to react to things. So having fate points might be useful if you decide to go throw hands with someone.
Yeah, and maybe I roll 100 on one of these rolls, so I'll be.
That's the other reason, yeah.
Yeah.
So awareness and scrutiny again, and that will have us basically caught up after I've given you the last bit of info for it.
Oh, 5. Excellent.
Very nice.
Very nice.
So, Juno is learning languages very slowly. Based off of what you're seeing, you think that might be a part of the design built in that you actually missed. Looking at how it's acting and how they interact with the world around them, there's good odds that they were designed specifically to limit other species' abilities to connect with them.
Right.
Another facet of control, basically.
Yep.
A lot of their building, when they're just building things, is almost rote. Like they make a handful more of those rifles before they run out of the materials to work on them.
Yeah.
And each one is completely identical. And there's actually some materials that you can see that they seem similar to what they were using to make the rifles, and yet they cast them aside because they weren't exactly what they were looking for.
Right, it didn't have
And
the
that
proper molecule percentage, whatever. Yeah.
It's not wholly clear at this stage what it was about them that made them rejected. You assume, based off of what you know of them, that you are correct, though, that it's something to do with the molecules and the actual chemical makeup of it.
Yeah.
Because what you've seen so far is they focus on that very specifically for all of their constructions. Does this have the chemical makeup I need? If no, discard.
Right. Okay.
And they've made a dozen of these rifles, including the one that Blast now has. So they made a pretty decent number. They actually made a bunch of pistols, too. Similar design. Now that you know what they are and that they're not going to explode, you can test them yourself.
Okay.
They're decently powerful. It's a 1d10 plus 3 AP7, so still high AP.
Okay, you're gonna
I'll
write it down.
write
I was about to. Yep, you're
Yeah,
good.
I'm about to. Yep. That is for the pistol. And they make a single suit of body armor. And it's kind of blocky, like the rest of it is.
Mhm.
And it looks like they were unable to find a particularly large amount of materials necessary to make it.
Right.
But they managed to produce a suit of body armor that a little, shall we call it, focus testing. You can find out that it is, while it doesn't give any bonuses to stats like military armor does, it does provide 10 body armor to the full body.
Okay. Yeah, it's
So
better
it's
than what I
pretty
have
good.
by 3 more. Yeah.
The only problem with it for you, as far as you're concerned, is that it doesn't have any bonuses. It has no targeting system. It has nothing special attached to it. It's just armor.
Yeah, maybe someone psionically would have more usage out of it, or at least from first impressions. So
You have somebody to test it, so I will actually answer this question for you since you
Mhm.
do have that. No,
okay, just
it doesn't have
tough,
any bells or whistles.
just tough.
Yep, it's chest armor. It's a
Okay.
very odd design now that you're looking at it and you know that.
Mhm. Okay.
Because, I mean, why would you make armor that is this thick without having bonuses? But then again, you're looking at the creatures that would use these already.
Yeah.
They don't really need physical bonuses. As you watch one pick up a steel girder bigger than it just to move it across the room. You know?
Yes.
They don't need these upgrades to strength and light because they're already strong enough. So that is probably a design streamlining that they did more than anything else for it not to have the bonuses.
Right.
There is Blast can find out with a little experimentation for you that the helmet does connect to the rifle to transfer the holographic sight to that for hip firing. It's not super accurate, but hey,
Right.
it's something.
Okay. Cool.
As for what you learn from about the creatures themselves, they are, as you've predicted, very hierarchical. Like, anytime they run into something unexpected while constructing and digging, the first thing one of them does is contact Juno for instructions.
Yep.
It doesn't try to think around it. It goes, do not understand, refer to leader.
Right.
And Juno himself It seems like he's not exactly ideal for the job he's doing because he doesn't have the full features necessary to be an administrator. He's not all that intelligent. He runs mostly off of the pre-programming as well for a lot of what he does.
Mhm.
But watching him, he's learning. The other ones, they don't learn things.
Right.
They ask for instructions, they go and fulfill based on those instructions, and even if they run into a similar issue, it gets referred back to the admin.
Right. They run a
Because of the
script.
psionic, yeah, because of the psionics, it is very fast of a process where it's issue, query, response, done, move on.
Right.
But if they weren't psionic, they'd be incredibly inefficient. Otherwise, after a few days of studying them, you get the impression you're missing something. But it's very hard to put your finger on what.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it feels like the tunnels are going places, even though you underground, it's really hard to tell where you are. There's no satellites here to be able to GPS locate yourself. You kind of have to guesstimate based off of directions and how long you walk, which is hard to really tell because, well, you're walking in tunnels underground that are made by things that don't give a shit about stairs.
Yep.
There are actually sections of this that you are basically crawling up inclines where it's almost like a cave exploration where you have to reach out to the walls to each side to be able to climb up. And they don't have any problem navigating it at all because that's kind of
that's what
their
they
nature.
do. Yeah.
They spider around. But you feel like there is a lot more purpose behind some of these tunnels than appears on paper, and it feels like they're going to places. The where is, like I said, extremely hard to tell. I will give you a -30 land navigation to try and figure it out if you like.
Okay. Let's give it a go. Surface. Yeah, no.
Okay. The only other thing I will give you at this stage then is that they are doing it very much under Juno's direction. Because he will, like, anytime that they you have enough that you can like tell when they're communicating with each other. So anytime they are going, like, you actually see them build one of these side tunnels that's really snaky like this.
Yep.
And when it goes off and works on it, it's very clearly referencing to Juno, who will take a little time to reference maybe a map in its own head. You're not quite positive, but it seems to be thinking about it before it seems to direct them to wherever they're going to be putting into the next minute turns necessary to put them where they want to be.
I'll make the request for a map from Juno.
You will be provided a psionic map.
I'm going to immediately direct that to someone that actually can use psionics through the Forgotten Network.
Yeah. You're basically handed their equivalent of a tablet, which really is basically a small block.
Yeah, okay. So it's not getting immediately directed towards me. They're giving me a block so I can use it as I will. Gotcha.
Juno has figured out enough about you based off of past interactions to realize it can't communicate with you psionically.
Yeah.
So rather than trying and making you both frustrated with it, it's chosen to try what you understand from talking to the twins and what you understand of these creatures and the people that made them so far, what it would probably consider to be the most rudimentary communication method.
Right. Gotcha.
Cool. So, with that, I am going to give you an update as to what's going on in the city while you guys are all doing this. Because the Federation does not sit idle. They never have. So, while you guys are working on the various little projects you have going, and you're starting to, through various means, actually equipped your resistance, which is probably the more important thing, let's be honest, there is a lot of little activity going on in the city. And then suddenly, very big activity. It's been a few days of quiet. You're all working at your projects. The feds are all kind of bunkered down. You can assume plans were being drawn up. And now, plans are being executed. And the execution of these plans are convoys. It looks like, based on the number of vehicles involved, they will go to a location, do whatever it is they're doing, and leave. And the first location, let me go look at my list here. Sorry, I have to find it. Here we go. The first place it actually goes to is sort of where it starts to. Basically, there is a primary military facility in the city, right? It's the one that all of the command and control is being directed out of on a normal basis.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a flurry of activity in it. And then the next thing everybody sees is this convoy roll out of it. And it's dozens and dozens of vehicles. It looks like it's every vehicle they could scrounge up, got sent here, grabbed what they were grabbing, and then left. The Resistance will send a couple scouts to kind of poke at it. They do confirm from some basic information gathering that the Paladin is present, so you don't want to hit it. But that tells you a couple things. One, the Paladin came down from orbit. And two, the Paladin is very interested in personally overseeing this stage of whatever they're doing. Once they're done and they've left, scouts start reporting that they aren't seeing the normal patrols that they see on the walls of that military compound. One of them decides to be the brave boy and dive in without orders, and reports back that the place is empty. They have stripped it clean, too. Obviously, the lights still turn on, water still runs, but they're like the doors have had all of their codes cleared out, and a lot of them have been even stripped out for a lot of the blast doors and security doors. The computers are gone, the communication equipment gone. They have stripped out all of the stationary defenses, everything. And the place that this convoy goes to is the starport. And over the next, honestly, for a while, this is not going to be a quick process. And even doing all of this in the base, probably the only reason you guys didn't notice it sooner is because the Paladin was directly overseeing it and was doing it on site. and that most people aren't willing to get close to that military base.
Mm-hmm.
What's happening next is going to be a lot more obvious because now they did the one they were most interested in ensuring, and now they're apparently spreading it, as they are very visibly consolidating resources to specific locations. The starport is actually the main one they seem to be consolidating towards, with the air base that you guys have been looking at and has been giving you the most trouble being a secondary. Now that you know what to look for, and since she's not going to be able to be everywhere after the first one, she's got to be in charge of shit, there's going to be more obvious signs when they start planning to do this. And the convoys aren't just single giant ones, but rather will be split up into smaller ones. One of the first places that they actually leave after that, there is an atmospheric generator that maintains the atmosphere for the city and the habitability of the belt that this city sits on, and they leave it. So at this stage, you now have an idea of what they're up to, and this is me giving you guys the opportunity to start formulating some responses if you want to make a response. Any questions about my explanation of what happened? Anything that I can make more clear for you guys at this stage, by the way?
These guys need to stop.
Get some help.
Get some help.
I mean, the best thing I could think of would be to use a portion of the mining explosives to mine the roads and keep some people on eyes to try to detonate the convoy, destroying or damaging as many of the vehicles as they can to slow them down.
To give you an exact number, based off of what you're seeing, it looks like the convoy, instead of being one giant one, there are three. One that is handling some of the bigger projects of consolidation, and then two smaller ones that are heading out to smaller locations. So there are three.
Ask the spy
Hmm?
if they're packing this shit up on the ships or deploying these assets that they're stripping at the starport. Because if they're shipping everything out, packing it up, they may just be leaving this place.
I like
Sure,
the thought, Matt.
They leave the life support on, but
the spy was before the general came down.
The paladin.
Yeah, the paladin. Yeah.
So, getting in contact with the scouts who are keeping an eye on things, the starport is actually mildly easier to monitor than the military base was, because it is not unto itself designed for security in the same way. I mean, it's pretty secure, but it's kind of the difference between this is a secure location and this is the location made to kill people who come within 500 feet of it.
well, no, so the starport is a civilian thing too. It's a starport. That's where transportation happens.
Not for this location, because it is very specifically a penal colony. It does have heavier security than a civilian starport does. It's more, you could probably more equivalent it to a prison's, like a prison structure almost, only in reverse. Instead of keeping people in, it's keeping people out. It's not military exactly, but it's definitely
as close as they can get to it.
And what I was going to say, since you asked about what they're doing with the resources, it's becoming rapidly evident they are militarizing it more. They seem to be fortifying.
Hmm.
What a bunch of dudes.
Yeah.
I have an idea to cause problems.
Would you like to share with class?
Sorry, I was conjoining words into English.
English?
English.
English!
I want to get produced a couple of high-powered, extremely long-range sniper rifles.
So you want to get snipers into buildings, start taking pot shots.
Yep. At
Okay.
pot shots at people in progress construction of high-tech equipment. If we can get if you can put a 50 cal shell through a generator, that thing's fucked.
Main problem is the
Yeah.
majority of the knights and the paladins on this specific deployment are of the wall variety, which are about shields, which is why they can't do that. Now I
Well,
need
That's if they
well,
have
hold
the
on.
shields up.
To
Oh, yeah,
give
true.
you info for that, since you are bringing that up, they do not currently have a shield up like there is around the airbase. You don't know why, because you know the last location the paladin went to was there. And if she's fortifying it, she has to have at least a couple of the knights there too who can produce those shields. But she hasn't put them up yet.
So with the keeping in mind that she prefers to keep her people alive, which is one of the tips we got about her.
She cares about people, yes.
Yep. I want to get basically some anti-material rifles together, or no, some of the ones that I brought with me, because I know what that's some of the stuff that I got. I want to get that put to get those positioned to start taking out key equipment. Like I want to get somebody up in a building to put a couple shots into generators.
So you're changing the tactic. Instead of targeting essential personnel, you're targeting essential equipment.
Yes.
And leaving the personnel alone because you know that would get a very bad reaction out of
Exactly.
the paladin, who values people more than equipment. But the equipment, since we're on a backwater world,
If it's gone, it's gone.
It's gone. It's gone.
Yep.
So that's some big fucking brain stuff right there, Ogre.
Okay, so we have the first one, the first plan, as it were. What about the rest of you? I will get back to you, Ogre. Don't worry. I'm just seeing what everybody wants to do before we start processing through things.
Because part of the things I've been doing is training and finding good shooters. So,
Funny enough, like I said, there's a lot of military personnel, ex-military personnel, who know how to use the weapons. They just don't have weapons. Please
what we
continue,
could
Matt.
do is also focus on whenever there's a convoy, leave the military trucks alone, but shoot the transport trucks in the wheels.
Mhm.
And then they can't move stuff. They can move really small stuff. But if we focus on just immobilizing their convoy option,
As an important detail for military vehicles, and this is actually something that is true of like current modern day vehicles, the wheels on military vehicles are solid rubber so that they are difficult to pop. It makes for a very rough ride, but it's kind of for the same reason that construction vehicles do it. It's so that you can't just shoot them to take them out. The wheels are still the weak point for damaging them, makes it stop working. I'm only informing you that it will be
You
more
don't need to hit the
difficult.
rubber. You just need to hit the axle, which is even worse.
Yes, exactly. Like I said, it's just going to make it so it's going to be a harder shot, and I wanted you to know that in advance. That's all.
And you don't have to shoot the big heavy carrier wheels. You just need to shoot the wheels they need to turn with.
Actually, we got about 20 of these lesser 12 of these lesser fucking thermal lance rifles. I'm just gonna call them thermal rifles. If we we could send out 3 or 4 of them, if it's okay, and just make sure that the person has a crack grenade, because if they're going to die, they take the gun out first, because we don't need them knowing what we're using.
Okay. You don't have to ask me for permission. I am an engineer. You want to talk to our lieutenant about this. So, and you're the corporal, so you don't have to consult me at all.
Yeah.
Giving the lieutenant a rundown of your plan, she actually will approve it.
All right,
because that's not a bad plan.
Then yeah, we've got 2 plans: dealing with the vehicles and dealing with valuable equipment.
So yeah. So Matt, what yours was for the vehicles, or what was I actually just forgot.
Oh,
what
his plan was to post up and observe, and then slowly over time figure out what is really important, and then slowly take those out. Mine was get a relay system of scouters watching watching the roads big enough to handle and weighted enough to handle these trucks, and then just shooting out the transport carrier trucks without harming the personnel. You don't even need to hit the military trucks, just the transport ones.
I will tell you, most of the streets here actually can handle heavy trucks like that, because this place was built so utilitarian. That does work against you a bit. This place was basically made for them to be able to move their minerals literally anywhere.
Which is fine. We can also bomb those out with mining explosives, so they can't use those.
I'm more just giving you an idea of what your challenges for this project is going to be.
Which is fine. But we basically just need to observe which are the main routes that they're eventually going to have to take. You take out the side routes, and then we don't have to go very far.
So for main thoroughfares, first and foremost, observing them with your scouters. Actually, you know what? Before I go over that, Silco.
Yes.
Do you have input as to what you would like to try for handling all of this as a response?
The only thing that's coming to mind is the drones. I could make a bioweapon of some kind, but I need more time to work into that, and I don't think I have the right tools, equipment to build that kind of thing.
Not on hand, no.
Yeah, exactly. The only thing I can think of is using the drones as a digging underneath of the convoy trails, so then you can literally put mines underneath and then get them into a position where they can't move. What is that called? Fall traps, pretty much. Just
we're trying to avoid the harm of the personnel, is what we're trying to do.
I mean, the personnel are going to be fine, but they're going to be stuck.
Oh, pit traps. Dropping a truck into a hole has a high chance of hurting people, which is completely fine. They are enemy personnel. It's only their plans currently that are calling for not harming them.
So my thoughts, instead of having a large fit trap, make it just so that it's like a trench underneath.
No, so just the nose goes in just a little bit, but you can't back up.
Yeah, you're kind of fucked, as in they would have to take time to pull them out.
Okay,
but that's only if I can get the drones to do it for us, because otherwise we're gonna have. We have tunnels, but we don't have people to do that for us. Anyway,
So, asking Juno to redirect some of the drones to that, you can see Juno doing that pause thing it does every time it goes to think.
Mhm.
You've now recognized this as it thinking, something it's not designed to do.
Yes.
So it takes a second for it to process things. Um,
Very good.
after a bit of thinking, it will give you 3 of the drones.
Oh.
And it seems almost reluctant doing so.
Understandable. Because it doesn't have enough drones to begin with. I was going to have a reward for the for Juno and allow him to help him figure out how to make more of himself.
Really, now that you've started teaching him
Mhm.
the language, all you really have to do is provide him like your formula, like for making more of them. That's all you really have to do to like help him with that.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so let me make some rules for NPCs for the NPC side of your project here. Your responses. That's less than encouraging. Okay. So, first and foremost, for the convoys, I will go. Actually, no, I'm going to go on this in the order that we discussed it. Blast. Your
Mhm.
snipers. At the start, goes amazingly. You're taking out some of the heavier equipment. Your people are taking out like key power junctions, stuff like that. And then counter sniper fire. That it hits a bit more accurately than you wanted, and it starts becoming a problem for the snipers rapidly for morale reasons, not for equipment or personnel number reasons, where people start becoming reluctant for hitting the starbase equipment because there are now other snipers hunting.
Yep.
But you did manage to do some damage first before they started deploying that, and you have now forced them to start actually responding to you.
Well, here's the best part. What you can do now is you can basically go, okay, for morale purpose, stop hitting the starport, immediately start hitting convoys. Because now
Yep.
you can pull that force back and we refocus
Yep,
on someone else.
No, that was exactly the plan. The minute they started doing counter snipers for the base, which I assumed were covering the caravan, now the people with the freaking thermal rifles are taking out caravan vehicles.
So, that moves us on to the caravans. Your scouts start keeping track of where the caravans are going, and it seems that whoever is in charge of the caravans, because you can't imagine that the paladin is microing this. She had to have delegated it. But whoever she's delegated it to is a clever shit. Because he's not going on any of the main routes, and he's actually abusing the fact that this place is built for moving minerals all across the town to send the convoys on surprisingly circuitous routes rather than the most direct ones. So there will be times where the scouts are watching them and go, okay, so to get to the starport, they're going to turn right here, and instead they'll hang a left. And they're like, well, where the fuck are they going? And some of them will actually leave town and go along the routes for the mining vehicles on the outside of town, where it's hard to hide things because there's basically nothing. That said, I mean, you still have anti-material rifles that can take out equipment. When you hit the secondary ones, you manage to take out a few, your teams managed to take out a few of the trucks very easily. The main convoy, you see something that the scouts, I should say, see something that they don't know how to exactly explain. And basically how they summarize it is, we shot we were watching them, we figured out roughly what the lead vehicle was based off the radio communication on it, and we thought, hey, let's take a shot at the engine blocks there. That'll be, take out the lead vehicle, the actual one clearly in charge, and neutralize their ability to coordinate with each other. Make it so that the commander of the convoy has to send runners.
That's not what we told them to do.
That's not, but these aren't regular fighters, like a lot of them.
Yeah.
You have a mix of professional military and their families.
Mm-hmm.
The family members are the ones that get used as scouts normally, because they're not known quantities to be military and don't get shot at by the enemy immediately.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right. They weren't instructed to do that, but they decided to take initiative. When they tried to do it, though, they had a very weird thing happen where they lined up the shot, they took it, and the car seemed to take evasive maneuvers almost the same time they pulled the trigger. And a lot of the vehicles in that main convoy start doing shit like that. And your scouts and the people trying to pick at it have no idea why the fuck it's doing that.
It's just going to be one moment is like, do me a favor, hold still for a moment to one of the scouts.
All right.
And I'm going to put a hand on his head and see if I can get a feel for whether they were being tapped in on.
Go ahead and roll me a psionic roll first and foremost. That was influence for you, I believe.
Yep.
Do we need to make these guys tinfoil hats?
Okay, so no, there was no psionic manipulation done. You can tap into the memory to see what they're talking about.
Okay.
And like I said, the other two convoys, you could pick off trucks, no problem. Your plan worked fine on them. Eventually, you started getting some counterfire, but that was not unexpected,
Mm-hmm.
For the main convoy, though, an example would be they decided to try and pick at a lead vehicle just to slow the convoy down, make it so they have to drive around it.
Mm-hmm.
He lines up the shot, it's going in a straight line, pull the trigger, and it's like the driver knew and just swerves the same time the trigger is pulled.
It could be a very close range feature prediction ability.
Yep.
So it only can sense a few seconds ahead or behind, but it's also very strong because it's so limited. And we don't know that you can't see the future.
Yep. It's the next.
I will. That's the last bit. The personnel can't tell you, you can't get more than that from the personnel's memories, because that's all there is to see. They don't have any other senses for you to tap into. It's just normal human.
Yeah, he'll be like, try it once more, but this time, each person target, each person
truck.
target the same truck, but each person target a different wheel.
Okay.
Come at it from different angles.
So you
and
can't
it's
evase it. You're gonna get hit.
Yeah, it's as the vehicle is moving, start from the second vehicle back, and as they're running forward, just move back, fire 4 shots at different vehicles so that you're all firing from different angles, and then pull back and tell me what happens.
Don't fire at different vehicles. Fire at the same
No.
vehicle so he has no room for
No,
maneuver.
it's all of them are targeting the same vehicle, but they're firing once at that vehicle, then the next, then the next, then the next, and then
Okay.
pulling back.
Okay.
So, it's a few hours before you hear anything back about the operation. And it doesn't come from the people you sent out, but rather another team that gets sent to investigate what happened. Nobody knows exactly what happened because teams seem to have been nabbed during their attempt on the vehicles. Some of them have definitely gone through with the crack grenade asset denial for the rifles,
Mhm.
but it seems that the convoy did manage to locate and eliminate the team when they got sent at it in such a more focused fashion.
We just can't
Asking some of the locals,
Mhm.
and this is going to be secondhand information, but asking some of the locals what they saw, for those willing to talk to you guys and your forces, what they tell you is that when the vehicles started getting shot at, of course, some of them took hits, but during whatever was happening there, which the locals started ducking away when the firing started, as you would expect civilians to do, they couldn't, they noted that some of the vehicles broke away from the convoy and beelined for certain buildings along the path and deployed infantry. What happened afterwards, nobody seems to really have an answer. But during this, there was a little interference from a group that they don't recognize. They describe the creatures that they saw, and it takes a second to realize some of the drones actually did try to pitfall this group at the same time of this.
Right.
Mhm.
And it seems that it didn't work for a very weird reason. The first one that went to go into it, when it arrived at it, it hit it, it got stuck. And the one that followed it ramped off of that vehicle to clear it, and then the rest found ways around it afterwards.
Cool.
And the way they describe it very specifically was, I thought I saw that in a movie once.
Okay.
There's
So
still
something-
one truck that's gone though. That's not.
No, there's one truck that was pitfalled and a couple that took severe hits. So.
Yep. They did not leave any of the vehicles. Instead, unlike the other ones who abandoned vehicles, they took the time to stop, chain them, and drag them away.
As expected.
Mhm.
Yes. Most of the convoys, they're like, we're getting shot at, bug out. Grab personnel, leave. Whoever's in charge of that one, they
They know what they're
retrieved
doing.
everything. So you have found the heavy convoy.
Mhm.
Without going yourselves, you're going to basically not get much more info than this.
I mean, I've got an idea, but it's gonna have to wait until after the next crafting. spiel.
Well, the question that comes after this is what you guys want to do for the next chunk of things, because we have now had the responses and then basically the responses to that, and now it's your decision as to what you want to do. Do you want to go back to crafting? Do you want to focus on attacking things and go out personally? What would you like to do next? And the drones have started to fuck up roads. I mean, thoroughly.
That's
Those
beautiful.
those three drones are very industrious.
Mm-hmm.
After
So
they
even
start
if we
up,
trap
though,
one truck, oh good.
yeah. So after we start up though with it, I'm gonna take them back because they're gonna start learning that we have a way to fuck things up, and they're wondering how are they doing this? It's so efficient. So I gotta take them back.
I will say, you have successfully, effectively made a cryptid story for the city
Oh yeah,
because nobody knows what the hell those things are, and they started showing up, fucking up roads, and then just vanishing back into the sewers.
Oh, I've got an idea. I'm going to go through because one thing that they did have was blueprints to the city.
Yes.
I'm going to go through and find the power and water lines linking to the areas where they're stationed, where the military is stationed.
So,
We were told not to fuck with the water and power, because if you do, they're going to start doing it too.
Fair enough,
So-
fair enough.
that actually brings up an interesting note. The three places that I will list that they abandoned completely and actually left only to civilian personnel is the atmospheric plant, the power plant, and the water plant.
Okay. So they went, okay, you're not fucking with these. We'll pull back our military so that if the fighting happens, the people aren't affected. Fair.
They have very much made that decision. They still have personnel on the major food warehouses though.
Yeah.
It is noted that unlike the last commander, the paladin did remove heavy weapons from the location. Explosives, for example, tanks, things like that, got withdrawn. Things that,
Okay.
if they started causing, if a fight broke out, could severely damage the food supply.
Yep.
This is basically their commanders kind of got a grasp at the
what we're doing, yeah. This is a fight
the
for the
nature of our fight.
yeah.
We decided not to do total war, so the paladin went, okay. If I pull assets out of this, these are essential for both of us to continue this fight. It looks like, we started targeting only their assets, and we completely left the essentials alone. So it's kind of changed the nature of the fight, and it may not, interestingly enough, if we don't push the paladin too far, the fighting's not going to be that brutal, because it looks like they're holding back because they have the forces to absolutely.
If they wanted to, they could withdraw to orbit and bomb this city into non-existence, and then the only person left here would be Blast and anybody you can shove into your forge. And they're very much not doing that.
Yep.
Yeah. So
At this point, it's primary civilian sectors. I have an idea of a means of communication without direct communication.
As one last note, by the way, there is one nasty little thing about what she's done. By withdrawing to the starport, she has put all of their power and water supplies onto the civilian lines too, because the starport does share that with them. Because
Yeah,
it's in
so
the
we can't cut them.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yes. So even though she's definitely playing nice, as you've identified, she's also not being stupid.
Yep.
Oh, she's playing
Yep.
canny.
Yep. What I'm thinking may be a smart thing to do is the semi-good faith maneuver. I'm thinking that I'd put to the party and the lieutenant,
Mm-hmm.
is send out a crew of workers openly who will destroy the roads around purely civilian sectors. Like the fighting will not be done in this area.
So trying to basically isolate the civilian from the military.
Yes.
Like I said, because of her like what she's done to withdraw to the starport, she's made that very difficult by basically putting her main base in the middle of the civilian sector.
Okay.
Yeah, so
So-
any major fighting is going to result in civilian loss, and then it's also an image campaign, by the way.
Yep.
Whoever breaks on that first gets the poor will of the civilians. So if we end up being cruel, brutal bastards in the name of our campaign to rebel, the civilians will turn against us because now we're not. We're an evil force.
The best thing I could think of to do is to get some crews out and start setting up basically roadblock bunkers in various intersections.
So
Start limiting their mobility through the city by bunkering up.
Okay.
Completely blocking off roads.
Yeah, it's you may have the starport, but we have the planet.
Yeah, but if we won't have the planet if the civilian base turns against us, because we're still
Yes.
able to talk to the civilians. They're still willing to talk to
that's
us.
that's why I'm saying we're blocking off roads, but we're not doing anything to the civilians. It's the same thing. We're setting up bunkers to fortify, just like they're fortifying the starbase. But if they start attacking our bunkers, they're going to be the ones causing civilian casualties.
Yeah, because they're going to have to manually remove all of those rocks, or they're going to have to shoot it with ordnance.
Exactly. So I'm taking a page from the Paladin's book and doing the same thing on a much more vast platform.
You do have raw numbers over them. It's just that theirs is heavily armed.
Yep, and we are working to fix that, because while we've got people who are we've got civilians who are trained to build structures and stuff, massive industrial places, so they know how to build things that can take a hit.
You know what?
They do indeed.
Actually, there's a way to win this. They're the adults, and we got to fight like children. If we fight like children, not only are they stupidly hard to understand sometimes, but it's always simple. Such things as leaving markers out, like some sort of design on a wall with some spray paint that's supposed to mean something, like it's some sort of symbol, but it's it's not hidden. And when troops come by, they're going to be like, "Commander, there's some sort of symbol with special coloring on the wall." No, it's just some sort of fucking weird graffiti shit.
No, I've got this. I've got this. No, because that's the type of thing the Vesk, my people did when fighting collectors, or the fucking
Collectors.
the
collective.
Yeah, right.
The cutters.
Collective. Yeah, the collective, the cutters and them. So I'll get some people, I'll give them some pieces of paper and spray paint, and start having them, while the bunkers are built, start having at various alleys and stuff, start spray painting these designs on various things, it won't mean anything to the people. But to somebody experienced, it may start meaning that they may have an idea that there's some big lizards doing underhanded tactics behind them.
Your
Basically-
people, hold on, just to address that real quick, your people is not a commonly known one in the galaxy, so nobody here might actually understand what those mean except your own.
Which is even better because they'll have no fucking idea.
They'll probably have to
Okay.
cross-reference and be like, well, they're going to
They
figure it
can't.
out through military.
They can't cross-reference. Somebody
don't
cut
have
all
any
the FTL communication.
Yeah.
Well, so these
It's
symbols are
just-
not meant to mean much except
Yeah.
for like very few symbols.
No, this is purely a means of putting the paladin even further on their back foot.
It's psychological warfare.
Yeah.
It's a psychological maneuver, not a tactical one. Because
And-
it's a matter of what the fuck is this and what the fuck does it mean? They might waste time trying to figure it out.
Right. And then we can take it a step further and start leaving little boxes here or there, like actually have something for them to find, but then, it's not really, doesn't mean, it means nothing. And in fact, we could even have it so that once it does mean something, they can storm into a civilian building and go, "Where is it? We saw the thingy!" And it's like, "Oh, you mean the box of donuts that were left for us? The what? Yeah, somebody came by and gave us a bunch of food. We were really hungry. It's just with all the road closures, it's been hell." And
Yep.
we could play a information game and a shuttle game where they start acting on the information they think they gathered, and then they get the wrong conclusion, and then we can actually start moving stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
As he gets a phone call and gets drawn away.
Yeah.
Nope, I'm
No,
on
no.
lunch. I immediately just was like, fuck that. They keep calling me because there's a giant bunch of tickets, and I'm like, I'm on lunch. Stop calling me.
No, I
Beautiful.
entirely feel you. I agree entirely with your plan, Blatt. It's beautiful because we can start using this to subtly set up for when they stop giving a shit about these things, is when they stop paying attention to them, and we can actually use them for moving when we need to move base.
And then we can start doing not color and designs, we can start using little flags.
So, Ralia is actually going to approach you guys with something too over the
Mhm.
course of this, because his people haven't been idle either.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to roll over and he's going to be like, "So, we've been discussing a few things, and we have a few programmed projects going, and you know how it is. But what I wanted to tell you is that we have a symbol finally. We have decided on a fist holding a hammer to be the symbol of our resistance.
Are you sure?
Yes, it's representing that the workers that work in these forges, these factories, that we're going, if they want to turn us into rock breakers, we'll break something with those hammers.
Well, why don't you have a fist, not just a hammer with it, have it also swinging and breaking a rock?
We considered it, but we don't really have that much way of printing presses and the like right now, so we want to keep it simple until we get more infrastructure going.
You don't need a printing press, you just need a cutout piece of paper, and then you just spray paint it.
Yeah, we're still trying to keep it simple at the moment just trying to keep it simple at the moment.
I feel what you're going for, my friend, but it's their symbol. Let them decide.
I don't know. I mean, I already have a hammer. As I hold out it's just this giant war hammer made of fire. Like, hammer
Yep.
time, baby.
He's like, we discussed it for a while before we got to it, and it's the one people have settled on. So
As they start to swing
as
it
well,
lazily in a circle.
Raleigh is gonna kind of look around, lean over. I actually didn't like it either, but I got outvoted.
Well, what was your idea?
Oh, it's kind of stupid, and it's also religious. So that's the big reason people rejected it.
Mm.
Fair enough. I'm not going to argue with it. I might not have lost my religion here, but a lot of people did.
Oh, you breaking rocks. They're trying to break more than have you break rocks.
Breaking chains.
That'd
Maybe
be
broken
nice.
chains could be the one.
Hammer, yeah, you can break chains. That would actually send a different message. By the way, that you should bring that back to them, because a fist with a hammer in it, that sends a specific message.
Like I said, it was what was popular, but broken chain, that might work. I'll bring that back to them.
What you can do is have multiple symbols. Like you can have the hammer with the fist, but you can also have the breaking chains. You can have two symbols.
Actually, yes, the hammer and the fist will represent our fighters, and the broken chain for our supporters, the ones that don't want to fight.
Right.
That way, we can designate non-combatants and combatants if they're going to play nice with us.
Which they very much are, so far.
He's like, so far, yes. And then the lights go out.
Is that on our end?
So, poking, like, well, let me rephrase that. The lights go out while a rumble rolls across the city. Immediate reports that come back after scouts are scrambled to find out what the fuck. Immediate reports that come back indicate that the power plant got hit.
By...
No one's wholly positive at this point because it happened like only a couple hours before you get this report, and they're still scrambling firefighters and the like to start putting it out.
Was it a military strike?
They don't know.
Okay. We should parlay quickly.
It was either a military strike, or maybe it was a strike, maybe it was sabotage. Sabotage is the popular theory at the moment, apparently.
We should send a parlay.
Yeah.
Even if it's over an open channel, just to say, that was not us.
No, I got it. I am the one who could survive it.
Well, we don't have to physically meet them. We just need to get a message out that was like, oh shit, that wasn't us, sorry.
I out of character, I've just got a feeling.
Oh.
I've got this feeling that in person would be far more beneficial.
Yes. We need to get the message out now and then eventually parlay in person.
Let him finish the thought. What is the end of that thought, Ogre?
The end of that thought is having somebody run up to the base. Basically have two people run up to the base. One stops across the street, the first one hands his gun to, and then he runs across the street and goes, "Look, we didn't do this."
Okay.
It's a show of good faith combined with the expediency of, no, we didn't do this. We've been fighting in good faith. Have you?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I'm volunteering to do it, because I'm the one who could survive basically unless they drop the god on me.
You're also the one that just, let's have someone non-combative go.
I think that the concern that we're dancing around is that Blast is not the most diplomatic of individuals.
No. And you're also a giant hulking lizard that's pitch black that got up after getting bombed and punching and shooting APCs. So you would not be the one we want to send.
You might not have friends.
You do not send a good message to who shows up. We should send someone from here, the Resistance, that is diplomatic. I'm pretty sure there's people, non-combatives, who are good at talking.
So this is great and all, but should we kind of determine how this happened in the first place?
Yes, we should do that while we're doing this.
So I will say, one of you is a weapons expert that can survive walking into anything. The other one of you is an explosives expert that could actually figure things out that maybe some of the people currently looking to this haven't yet. And one of you is diplomatic.
But you're also a Xenos, a cat.
That is the problem, yeah. So it's a question of, do you want to rely on the Resistance to send a diplomat?
Yes,
for this
because
incident?
it's their resistance. It's not our resistance; it's theirs.
You could act as an advisor.
Mhm.
It's you could basically sit behind and direct communicate via comms with the person. All the person has to do is explain that I am in communication. Blah blah blah. Cutting communication with my team would be a disservice to us both.
So, who wants to do what? We have plenty of discussion. Let us have some actions. Would people like to go? Who wants to go do what?
I'm gonna go figure out who did the sabotage.
Yeah, I'll join him for that.
Okay. And Silco.
Looks like I'm being the diplomat, so
Coach.
I'll coach.
Well, I'm asking, is that what you want to do, or do you have something else you would like to attempt that has not been discussed yet?
I'm just wondering if it's the drones that caused the issue or not.
You can ask them.
I just was going to show Blast the current path to see if it kind of interrupts anything with the electrical grid.
I'll do the mental link and go through the map and link up with Juno to inquire.
Do you want to link up with Juno to inquire, or do you want to reference their map and the city map? As best you can, anyway.
I'm going to do both.
Cool. I will need a navigation test. Just need a flat path since you have the two maps to compare. Navigate surface.
Yeah, joy. If I can spend some merit to buy it, I will.
Well,
because I don't have that skill. That's not one of the ones that I was trained in.
Really? Who? I know somebody had navigate surface.
I do.
If you two want to coordinate on it, then it'll just be a -10 instead for the one step of separation from the two maps. I said a -10. Or do you have a bonus of some sort somewhere?
Said that, yeah.
Cool. So, going over the maps, there is a tunnel based off of projections of what you're looking at that does go underneath the power plant. Looking at where it is, it's probably actually been collapsed by this explosion, unless they made it very sturdy.
But they avoided the power plant.
They went under the power plant for their tunneling. In fact, looking at this, they went under a lot of locations. There's actually a tunnel under the starport. It's a deep one, but it is there. There's one under the starport, under the military base. like the one that is now abandoned. There's one underneath the food supply, water plant, power plant. The local air base is the only thing they have skipped over, which, looking at how they're forming the tunnels, is probably because that shield likely goes underground and they had to avoid it.
Huh. It's an OP shield, man.
Yep.
But yeah, no, like the structure they have here is like they've really built this up in a very short amount of time. And there's actually some tunnels that run under some of the major resistance hideouts.
Cool.
So they're going everywhere.
Well, what we can do is set up a light system or a symbol system where we can kind of like our own little highway so that people can move assets. And yeah.
I'm sorry, so are you referring to the underground network for that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We build our own
Okay.
highway system. Yeah, it's pitch black, but maybe that's for the best. You just follow you follow a symbol system with
A flat flashlight and symbols.
Yep, flashlight and symbols. Because then you wouldn't see a power draw towards that, and then it's pitch dark. It's like, oh fuck, how long are these tunnels? Well,
So Silco, your thoughts?
Yes.
As you were the one that was actually originally
Yeah.
asking about this.
If we start telling people, it's a sure way, if there's any spies within the organization, to kind of...
Oh, there has to be a few spies that you guys haven't caught yet.
Yes.
Like, the organization's unfortunately too big and too pulled out of the populace to not have spies of some sort.
I don't think we're ready for this yet, but I think it's a good idea either way.
Well, we should do it for at least us in case we need to go somewhere, because that's fucking annoying getting lost in a tunnel like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, you got to remember that these tunnels are not easy to transfer travel through.
Yeah, and I mean, once I'm there, I can guide us through because there's psionic markers.
If you want the main problem that you're going to view, especially since Silco has pointed it out, some of these tunnels go directly up.
Yeah, it's great.
What I mean is, these are not designed for foot traffic, they're designed for spider traffic, which is great for avoiding pursuit, but not great for moving large numbers of people through that are human.
Well, that wasn't a purpose.
Yeah.
Huh? I know. I'm just letting you know because you asked it about it as a highway system. So I wanted to point that out, since Silco was trying to point it out, and
Yep.
Words in English.
Not those.
Yeah. But Silco.
Yes.
You were looking into that?
Yes.
Do you want to leave it there, or do you want to do more here?
No, I think I will. I'll first give the guy some coaching on what to expect, and then go traverse and go check on Juno to make sure no one's been affected by this this thing. This thing that's happened. It's terrible.
The explosion.
The explosion.
Explosion. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yes, we're making the same reference here.
Yes.
Anywho, it's been a while since I watched that.
I know, right?
So. That's going to take you a little bit.
I expect.
I will do the other two's investigation first.
Sounds good.
We will get some stuff done for them. So when you guys get over to the power plant, since you were going to go investigate the explosion,
Mm-hmm.
First and foremost, it's I mean, it's about what you would expect. It is a building that is currently on fire with a large chunk of it blown across the street. The city block, really. It is a pretty hefty explosion that went off by the looks of it. Go ahead and Matt, give me an explosives, and then Blast, give me an awareness as you start picking through some of the shit in the dangerous areas that other people can't go into.
I got my kit with me, which gives me a plus 30.
I believe it was a plus 20.
Mm.
I was trying to remember if it was a plus 10 or a plus 20, but I think we get you the plus 20 because you got a upgraded kit, but you didn't have the 31. Okay. And you rolled your. Oh, sorry, did you roll your demolitions? Yeah, that's the 11.
I can't roll it because it's on
That's
other
right. It
skills.
doesn't. That's right. It doesn't like. I don't know why the other skills isn't working on this game because
It's
it works fine on
it's
Enigma.
just Firefox. It's the coding.
Weird.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Matt,
Mm.
looking this over, this has to be a military explosive. Like, explosives, the kind of blast radiuses they have. Mining explosives aren't designed to spread material like this. They're designed to punch through things. They're designed to dig. That means they're very good as shape charges and not always the greatest for other purposes. This had to have either been a absolutely apocalyptic amount of mining explosives, or it was a military explosive.
I'm gonna look around. Are they there? Or are the defense force here? Are they?
What's been sent here is actually mostly police responders at the moment. There's a lot of first responders for the police, firemen. The hospitals have sent some ambulances with medical personnel.
I'm gonna go figure out what they were after and what specific thing that they tried to blow up, because they didn't blow up the whole plant. They blew up a part.
Oh no, they have gutted this plant. So Blast.
Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Inside of the place, doing a bit of poking around there, since nobody else can get in there anyway.
Yep.
Looking around, you aren't seeing a lot immediately. You do notice there are a few corpses around that are burning currently.
Oh, so they blew it up with the people inside who are working it.
Whatever happened here, it was not evac.
No, I have a way around this.
Yes.
Because they can't argue with me and I can communicate with them. It's I'm gonna wake up one of the bodies.
Heresy. Good. It's a good start.
Yup.
All right.
What? May I ask what power this is?
Ghost of the past. Summon memories of fallen things.
Nope, that's good. Nope, I was trying to remember what you had for it because I remembered I remember you having it, and I could not remember what the power was.
I mean, technically, I could reawaken the memory of the building to see what happened from within myself.
You do know if you do that, you will cause the explosion to go off a second time in ghost fashion. And while that's not super dangerous to you, that is super dangerous to the first responders outside.
Yep. Which is why I'm not doing it. And it's not like the first responders can see what I'm doing with how deep I am into this death trap anyway.
That is true. Okay. Give me a luck test. These bodies are damaged enough that you can't tell much about them from what's here. Some of them are just pieces as well. It doesn't matter for your power, but it means you can't tell who you're going to be grabbing until you've done it.
Because
Okay.
I can grab multiple people.
And a limited number of them, but yes.
Yeah, but I can grab them, dismiss them, grab new ones.
So, 59. So most of what you initially find are just workers. People that were going through their day, they were doing their shit, and now they're fucking dead. They didn't know what happened. They didn't see anything. So it will take some time to dig through this and figure out exactly what you're dealing with. In the meantime, I'm going to switch back to Matt real fast to give him another roll, and then I'm going to give you another roll too. Okay?
Okay. I was going to ask Matt if he could guide me to the where these explosion originated from.
Unfortunately, Matt is not as fireproof as you are.
Yes, but with his scanners, he could tell me the approximate location where I may be able to find bodies.
I'm pretty fireproof.
You're pretty fireproof, just not completely fireproof.
Which is fine. I don't give a shit.
With it being a power plant, it may be radiation and shit as well.
That is a concern that nobody's addressed yet. Speaking of, when you were like, this is a power plant, I wonder if it's radioactive. You pull out your rec like scanner, and there's a good chance the people outside aren't thinking about it, but there is a good chance the people outside are actively killing themselves trying to fight the fires and stuff.
So because I've got that capability on the mass emergency broadcast frequency, he's just going to start procking it to where it starts announcing over all nearby radios, warning, radioactive elements released due to explosion. Seek proper protection.
Some of these first responders, especially since they are mostly oh wow, that's some really stuff. The first responders aren't going to leave because these are a bunch of people from the feds. You tell them they're about to hurt themselves to try and help somebody else,
That's their
and their
shtick.
answer is okay.
That's their shtick, man.
Yep. But they do hear the warning and they start making sure onlookers get shooed.
Well, that's the best I can do.
Hey, it's their decision at that point.
Mm-hmm.
But it does save other people's lives. Matt, you know what you're not? Radiation proof.
You know
So,
what?
if you want to hang out, that will not buy you radiation proofing.
Resistance. Resistance radiation.
Yeah, all right.
It's a 5 It's a 5 thing.
Yeah, well, that's why I said, yeah, all right. I thought about it. Yeah, all right. This isn't Cosmic Eye. You can buy shit like that.
Done.
So that will give you the resistance bonus for the toughness tests to resist damage. I will have you roll me a toughness test if you want to stay within this. I will say now the radiation outside currently is not heavy enough that you're about to keel over. It is long-term damage that you're looking at this point. However, we will be discussing that further in a minute. For the moment, Matt, please give me another roll for your demolitions, especially since Blast is asking you if you can help him find the epicenter.
Yeah.
Cool, that's good enough. Blast, you as well need to give me a...
Luck check.
go for a logic test.
Okay.
You will get a plus 30 with her helping. Cool.
I'm not gonna go in, but I do
Between-
have resistance radiation, and my suit also has resistances because I built it
So,
with that in mind.
so.
Yeah.
Looking like between the two of you, coordinating, looking from the outside and from the inside, and communication, you will figure out where the epicenter is, and it was pretty deep into the plant. Where you find is the most likely epicenter is, in fact, right by the main reactor. And as you're there, you can see that it's extremely heavily shielded. Whoever did this couldn't get into the actual reactor room.
They put
But
a
they-
breaching charge on it.
No, this is definitely more than a breaching charge.
Mm.
But because, well, nuclear reactors and the shielding around them is extremely thick to the point where it's actually really, really hard to damage them directly, even with heavy explosives.
Mm-hmm.
However, there is a much bigger problem you're looking at. It has damaged everything around it, which means there is going to be no way for this facility to run as normal. There is now a timer set on that reactor where it is going to go critical. It's not a short-term timer. It's going to be something that you will have a couple weeks to figure out how to handle at the outside. Inside guess, maybe a few days. It depends on how much damage is done internally. And part of the reactor's facility, like the internals that you can see, is twisted and partially. It didn't pierce the shielding around it, but it did heavily damage it. It cracked the outer layer of concrete and actually got to the lead on the inside. And that's what's dented and twisted.
Okay, so
It's bad. It is very bad.
This is the type of thing that needs to be plucked by a ship and tossed into a sun.
or just tossed into space. Do any of the military show up?
No. The military do not immediately respond to this.
Okay. I'm gonna radio in to base and ask eyes on everywhere because none of the military are showing up, which means this could be a big play that requires the power to go out for. I mean, it may have been a rogue element. Maybe they're bunkering up because they think it's us going to make a play. But it was military grade explosives. Very potent military grade explosives to do the damage it did. So.
Okay. Message passed along. Before I move back to Silco, blast one last round with your dead, and this does represent you going through more than one person. This isn't just you waking up one.
You go and slap a guy. Hey! What happened? What
And
happened?
this is another luck roll, right?
Yes, it is. And this is just because you can't identify people. No other reason. More general workers. Well, hold on.
Okay.
I was going to say, you got deep enough into the facility that you can talk to some of the ones that were closer to the blast zone here, the center of everything.
Mm-hmm.
Because you've now gotten to the point where you're by the actual reactor operators where they normally do their job.
Where they should have had eyes on where this was.
Exactly. So, waking a couple of them up, you do end up finding the actual like reactor operator who was on duty at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And what he can tell you is that he was doing his duties as normal, just doing his job.
1 second.
And
Sorry.
Mm.
All right, I'm back. Sorry. Roommate was saying goodbye on the way to work.
That's cool. So, the reactor operator, he can't tell you a whole ton, but what he can tell you is that while he was on duty, he got contacted by security to stay in his booth under any circumstances because they just found a couple security guards dead. And the next alert he got was to actually evac after that when he got a report that somebody was actually hitting the reactor area, at least according to reports from security guards who were fighting with them. Which means now it's just going to be a matter of finding those security guards to get more info.
Okay. Okay.
But the guards did find out what was going on before it was done and tried to fight back.
Yep.
They aren't super. Just the last piece of info.
Yeah.
Security guards to this location aren't super heavily armed, but they are light military in their equipment, where they would be
Okay.
the ones with proper assault rifles and the like.
While I've got him up, because I can have a couple dozen people active, I'm going to have him, because he's the dude, you know.
Yeah.
I'm going to have him start getting any of the spare ghosts that I've got around that were workers,
Uh-huh.
looking through the rubble to find any possible surviving emergency repair shit and start going over. No?
Nothing they have here is set to handle this. They have a lot of emergency repair stuff if like the cooling system's breaking down or if they have something else breaking down. You know, they have a lot of stuff for emergency fixes on the controls, cooling systems, things like that. For somebody just fucking blew half the goddamn plant up, they never planned for that because why the hell would they?
I know exactly what I can do with him, though.
Yes.
He can walk into the reactor, get a direct eye how the damage is, and give me a better estimate on ETA until Nova.
Ask him about the scram button. Is it still? Did they ever get to it? Because you could scram the reactor.
You can scram the reactor. He did not get that call before this went up.
Okay. But
because he has to get authorization from that. It's a two-factor thing.
Okay.
As in, it needs to, like, he needs permission, or he can, if he just hits the scram button, it doesn't work without somebody doing something else.
So for reactors like this, there are two physical keys.
Mhm.
Funny enough, I know this because my dad works in nuclear energy, so a lot more of this might be accurate than you'd expect. But for being able to do an emergency shutdown of the facility, because they don't actually have straight scram systems, because facilities like this consider that to be more dangerous than trying to do an emergency shutdown. Either way, though, the emergency shutdown system requires two physical keys that are held by two different people to activate to make sure one person can't go, fuck this, and just shut it off.
Because are they both on site?
They were both on site. The actual booth is gone. And I will tell you now, Mr. Blast, you do not have the power required to bring this plant up enough back awake to be able to to actually shut down like initiate emergency procedures and have them work. You do not have the raw power for that.
Do I?
You don't have any powers to wake up the ghosts of the dead.
But can he go inside the core to give me a better idea of the ETA until overload?
Absolutely, he can. He'll need a little time to do an assessment, but he can definitely give you a much better idea of what you're dealing with. But no, this will not be a solution in 5 minutes problem that you are dealing with.
Well, we got to go through the checklist.
Mm-hmm. Let me make some rolls for this guy. And I am actually going to leave you guys there and talk to Silco for a minute.
Yep.
And I will tell you now, we're probably going to leave you on a cliffhanger with the nuclear plant because of the time we're at currently. And I want to warn you.
Yeah. But Silco, you can let him know when he's getting updated from Blast on what details I know, like when the thing's going to go critical, the fact that it is going to go critical, et cetera, et cetera.
Absolutely. I assume you guys are all in communication, and you do have a line of communication that can't be interrupted.
Yeah.
So, Silco,
Mm-hmm.
you're looking for Juno.
I am.
I'm going to need, as you get down into there, I'm going to need an awareness test.
Sure. Can I communicate through the Forgotten Network since we're connected that way?
You can, yes.
Okay.
He has not answered so far.
All right.
So, following the connection you do have with him, and following everything, you find yourself standing in front of a drone, and it does not take you long to realize that's not Juno.
Okay.
But he feels like Juno. Roll me a logic test, as the drone, like all the other ones, aren't really sentient, so it can't really tell you anything itself.
I'll use my fate point for this.
Yeah, we're headed towards the end of it, so. Looking it over and getting it to kind of obediently lean down so you can look at its head and stuff, you find some symbols have been carved into the top of its head.
Okay.
With that test and your connection to the Forgotten, it seems that this is a decoy for your ability to track Juno.
Okay. Interesting.
Oh, maybe he got orders from the high priest that were separate from ours because we're not doing a good enough job. Because if he could reach out through the network, I mean, you taught him common.
Roll me another logic test real fast.
Sure.
Huh?
All right. So I don't think he's been manipulated as in by somebody else. If that's the case, I'll have to find him. But these are Forgotten Ruins? Or, sorry, runes? Yeah.
Yes, they are. You have not seen these before, and if you didn't have your connection to the Forgotten, you wouldn't be able to identify them.
Right. Okay.
As you are doing this, you were the one that was coordinating directly with the diplomacy team.
Correct.
And you hear back from them that the military actually took a couple pot shots at them, warning shots, mind you, because if they wanted to kill them, they would have.
Correct.
But they were refusing to meet. because you are still coordinating with them, and this is info for you to provide info back to them as they're providing you info on the nuclear plant. They're reporting, like, a new report has come in that let me find it. Right. So, the major hospital in the city got attacked,
Okay.
and a lot of medics from the military had been sent there to assist with things because they are severely, like, even before you guys got here, they were extremely short on doctors and medical personnel even before you got here because the Federation doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
It was all being dedicated to the military. When the Paladin got here, she actually redirected a lot of some of the military medical personnel to that hospital. And it seems that somebody went in and attacked it with, like, actual infantry.
Right.
According to the reports, they were using odd, boxy rifles of an unknown design whose description you distinctly recognize.
Okay, so what I'm getting from this is that someone from the Forgotten Network has fucked with
And
us
they
a little bit
Juno.
in what we were doing beforehand, or at least took control over it to make things work for them instead of us.
Well, there's two things that could have happened here. They did capture some of our people, which means they have the rifles. This could be a ruse, which means they use their own people to attack us using our own weapons that they know that only we have. Or, like you said, someone through our own network is making their own moves.
Yeah.
We're not doing enough by the Forgotten standards or by the leader of the Forgotten standards. We're not causing enough of a ruckus. So he's got contingencies. We're playing too nice. It's too complacent. He doesn't care about the resistance. He wants us to hurt them, to pull more resources, to be brutal. He wants war. We're a resistance.
So, that is the info you currently have. What is Silco's next move?
Silco's next move is to take this drone and do the same thing I did with Juno.
You want to put a little Forgotten into it?
Yes.
All right. Roll me. What did I have you roll last time?
You made me get influence, you motherfucker.
Yes, that's right. That's what I thought I had you roll for that. Please roll me an influence test to implant this.
I got you. Just 1 second, though. I gotta check my technomancy stuff here, because I think I got some bonuses.
I think I gave you your technomancy bonus and just ran it all. I know we didn't do your normal thing for it because you were taking a different route.
So this was part of the soul binding.
Yeah.
And so what I have here is that I have a Spirit Select 1, which gave me the Grant Forgotten Essence. Then I have a Spirit Select 2, gives me a plus 10 to Granting Forgotten. So it's at least a 30% chance.
Yes, that's right. It was a very risky thing you were doing in the first place because of how little you had.
And I'll use my Fate Point because it's a 5% chance to fail.
I mean, for this, I was doing the roll better.
Yeah, exactly. Which means it's between a 31 to 34.
Yes. Do you want to do like a batch roll?
I'm gonna have to. It looks like.
Yeah, the roll 20 is not cooperating with you right now.
It's okay. 10. It's good. That's 2 degrees of success, I do believe.
That is indeed. Apparently, rolling off the stat was the problem. Just
Yep.
rolling it straight as a D100, we're fine. Cool. Okay. Yeah, you'll get it implanted into it.
Okay, and then you
And
asked for a luck after that, I do believe.
There was a luck, yes. And there
Okay.
was another roll that I did on the back end.
For you? Okay. I'm going to roll
Yeah.
the 1D100.
Go for it. All right, we're on the better end of the luck scale. So, you implant it. What were your actual intentions with this? I'm unclear on that as the GM. What are you attempting to accomplish by
I'm figuring out where
implanting
the
it?
fuck Juno went. Because
Okay.
the drone network is different than the the
Yes.
Forgotten network. So the drone network is already up, and I'm gonna work off this to figure out where the fuck he went.
Maybe what I might recommend is don't awaken another one to forgotten status. Awaken
It's too late for that.
one's. Huh?
It's too late to correct on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has awoken one with the forgotten
Yeah.
status.
What I might recommend is try to awaken a loyalty to you.
Yeah,
as
which
well.
is what I'm gonna do for programming.
You have already pre-programmed these things because it is genetic programming.
Right.
Reprogramming them is more difficult.
Okay.
Basically, let me take a look as Roll20 decides it doesn't want me to be able to open your sheet from being minimized. Thank you, Roll20.
It's in Technomancy.
No, I know. It's Roll20 just decided to be an
Yeah, it just
asshole.
wasn't. Yeah, I got you.
Let's see. Do. So you have a total of plus 30 to reprogram. It is going to be after your bonuses a minus 30. That's after keeping your bonuses into account to do the
Okay.
reprogramming.
All right. So I do
So
believe.
I believe that's still very doable for you.
Yeah. So it's a tech use at a minus 30 with a plus 10 from natural intelligence. So it'll be a minus 20.
Okay.
With 97, that did not work. Well,
Okay.
it wasn't a security. I can't. I don't have my thing with security, so can't redo a.
Hold on. I need to actually make a back roll for that. Cool. So, as you are doing this, you've put the Forgotten into it. You started working, like it started kind of like doing its binding correctly. And then as you went to reprogram it a bit, you watch as it shifts, ticks, head moves, and its face shifts a bit. Normally, like these things don't have eyes naturally.
Mm-hmm.
I don't actually. Let me double check their tokens. I don't think they had eyes naturally. Yeah, I'm gonna put this on the token layer because this is a reminder of what the drones look like too. Yeah, they don't have eyes naturally, and you watch as eyes carve themselves out of its face,
Okay.
glowing red and slitted. And it kind of seems to almost look around with awareness now. Before, it was just a creature.
Right.
Now it's focused. And it looks at you. And you can hear an odd creaking noise from it. Roll me a scrutiny.
Yeah. I have an idea. Okay.
It's studying you intently.
Hello there.
What do you want to do? It's not acting right this second.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if there's any forgotten. First, I'm going to communicate it through the Forgotten network.
So you're going to reach out to it through that.
Mhm.
Okay. Technically speaking, there's a binding process to be able to communicate with people, but you did just grant it this, so I'll say that was done already as a
Yeah.
part of that. What do you want to say to it?
Hello there.
Kenobi! What would you like to say to it?
I want to tell it to stop.
You tell it to stop.
Stop
Yeah.
right there, criminal scum.
It's going to look at you for a long moment before asking why. And what?
There seems to be a disagreement in the hierarchy.
Disagreement. It's almost like it's tasting the word.
Mm-hmm.
How's it taste?
It's. You don't even need a scrutiny roll to recognize the feelings coming over this connection from the forgotten, the cock of the head, its body language. It doesn't seem to have heard this word before. This isn't one in their vocabulary.
Right, because disagreements don't exist.
Yes. Disagreement. Yes. 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 And it's going to lean down close to you. What do you want? Creator?
First, I want to know who carved those ruins.
Runes!
Runes.
RUNES into your neck.
Who? Him.
Who? Him?
Yes.
Juno?
Administrator.
Administrator.
Yes.
I see Juno
Who
has improved
else?
himself.
Who else would? Creator. What does creator want?
I want to speak with Juno, the administrator.
Why?
Because I
Why?
wanted.
You see that it's currently, just for a moment, it is tasting the word why as well. It asked it and then realized what it asked.
Mhm.
It doesn't recognize that word any more than disagreement.
Yes.
But it used it. An odd thing for it to use a word it doesn't actually understand. Why, creator? Do you wish to speak with administrator?
Because the administrator
nuts
does not want to
here.
talk to me.
The administrator does not wish to speak with creator. It's clearly
That's
just
the reason.
repeating this back
Yeah.
to you.
Yeah.
Why? Why?
I feel like they have been swayed by someone. And if it is their own doing, then I understand, and I accept this. I will...
Swayed.
Yes, someone from the Forgotten has decided to put an interest into the administrator. At least that is my understanding. If it is of their own will, then I accept that
roll
this has
me
changed.
an awareness test, please.
Of course. Nope. Just rolling like shit tonight, so it is what it is. I don't have Keen, I don't think. One sec. No, I don't have Keen, so...
It does... As you're sitting there and talking with it, its head is cocked to the side, and as you said all of this, that you feel that somebody has swayed it, and somebody has taken over it.
Not taken over. If someone has changed its opinion of me.
Yeah.
Its creator.
It studies you, seems to consider your words,
Water?
and then its hand lashes out for your head.
Of course it does.
It does, however, miss because it rolled a 98.
Nice.
So, I'm going to need initiative from you because this thing's about to try to murder the shit out of you.
Okay.
And you are alone in a dirty tunnel. You are about to have a knife fight with this thing in a tunnel.
So it was
I
these
rolled the wrong
creatures.
thing.
Okay.
I rolled the wrong thing.
I will point out something that I remember that I made note of in case something like this happened.
Mm-hmm.
Silco has installed a phrase that he can state to force their shutdown.
So this thing's definitely going first. Mr. Silco.
Oh. Gosh.
Did you apply your agility, by the way? I don't know what your agility
Yeah, no, it's there. It's there. It's a plus. I only rolled a 3, that's the reason.
Ah, okay. So you have the same agility as it. Got it. It's taking another swipe for your head, and a 69 will hit unless you dodge.
Of course.
You will avoid the blow, and it will kind of say, as you can see, its mouth is moving in an unnatural motion to smile.
Right.
This one will kill creator, become master. It's gonna keep doing that disturbing laugh throughout this fight.
Okay.
He ha ha he ha ha he ha ha.
So
Roll
yeah, I'm just gonna touch it.
Go ahead and roll. What are you gonna do? Touch it?
Touch it. Yeah.
All right. Oh, you're gonna use your power?
I'm gonna use my power of destruction.
Cool. I believe that was
2d10
what is that?
toughness damage.
Cool. I will just need. I will just need you to roll a basic weapon skill to touch.
Okay,
And
so
it
is this
just
a
has to
standard
not
attack or just
dodge.
like literal basic?
It's just a weapon skill attack to be able to touch him. Cool. You don't have an escapable, I assume.
No.
Let's see if it can dodge. It is just off its
50,
agility.
Right.
So it will not dodge. Go ahead and roll your toughness damage.
You gotta roll
Double
influence.
check.
No, he doesn't
Got-
need to roll influence for this.
For rolling the powers of destruction, you always have to roll influence, I thought.
He has a different power from you.
The touching using Technomancy does 2d10 toughness
Oh, it's
damage.
genetic destruction, that's right.
Yes, each of you got a different destruction power. Yours requires that, his doesn't. Because his is a direct attack.
And I need to understand, I need to know what I'm doing
Also-
with. Yes.
Also, the other thing to know is his is also a lot less dangerous than yours is, Matt, by a long shot.
I forgot we all got different ones.
Yes. So, 12 toughness damage. That's tasty. You have brought him down a full category of toughness. As he will attack you, there is now black ooze coming out of his face.
Oh, yes.
And that will be a motherfucking hit unless you dodge.
I'll do my best to dodge.
Luckily, these guys do not have inescapable either. There's two people with inescapable swinging at each other. Yeah, no, fine. You're good. Let me
All right.
make a roll.
Where you aiming, bro? Where you aiming, bro?
So, as you are doing this,
Mhm.
before you take your next turn, that will hit. Another drone will come out of a side tunnel. It looks like it was just kind of doing its thing, and it head turns, looks at you, looks at this other drone laughing with these weird red eyes and attacking you, and it actually dive bombs the other drone.
Okay.
And let me roll damage for that attack.
What pap? Motherfucker!
Yeah, it's going to tear a couple of this thing's arms off. It does not stop laughing.
Hee haw haws.
Yes, indeed. Please take your turn.
So, while I'm doing toughness damage, I'd like to rewrite, if I can, the genetic coding as I'm destroying it.
It is pure destruction. It does not allow for rewrite.
Exactly. I'm trying to do both things. I'm doing destruction first, and then from the destroyed genetic cells, I want to reprogram.
What I'm
Recreate.
saying is that there are no cells to reprogram once they are destroyed.
Right.
You can reprogram the ones that aren't
exist.
destroyed,
Right.
what's left, but the actual destroyed ones, they are gone.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay. Why don't I try a reprogram to get this guy under control?
You may absolutely attempt it.
Okay.
You will just need to do the roll again. I believe that was... What did I say? It was a minus 20 after all your bonuses is what it came out to? Yes, go for it.
All right. So, still fail.
Yes. That will be... Reprogramming is not a quick thing. That will be...
not if I don't have the right tools for it and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Even with the right tools, it's not a quick thing.
Okay.
It's reworking genetics. It's never going to be fast.
All right. So I guess understand this isn't going to work. So I guess I'll try and.
But in the attempt, I will give you another awareness and scrutiny roll real fast. Try to get some more info here as to what's exactly going on.
Awareness 8 for 8 and scrutiny.
Cool. So this thing attacking you, looking at it, you think you might have accidentally pulled something from the Forgotten's realm in
Okay.
while attempting this.
Right.
Mm.
Don't know what exactly, because you guys don't know that much about the Forgotten's realm. But he has told you that his realm and that he is a dumping place of everything the primals, the primordial beings that run everything didn't
mistakes.
want to have. All not their mistakes, all of the destructive urges and the evil of them. Because they are, by their nature, not good or evil creatures. But in this modern age, they're trying to be kinder, and to do that, they put all their cruelty into him.
Okay.
Which means there's probably some really nasty things running around his realm.
Right.
As for the scrutiny, that is actually to tell, like, so you can tell that this drone that is assisting you is attacking specifically in your defense.
Yes.
So whatever else might be true, the reason this thing is swinging is because of what you just did.
Yeah. Okay.
So that will put it to their turns. I'm just going to pair up their D100 rolls. For the first one will be the attack, the second one's the dodge, because they have the same stats. They're drones. They're mass produced. So that's a hit, and it will not dodge. So let me roll that damage. It's going to maul the other one right on back.
Perfect. And I'm going
for
to
the
do more
ally-
destruction.
I'm going to do your ally one first, because he did a lot of damage in that first roll. And you did reduce their toughness, so you
I did.
actually reduced the health it has.
Mhm. Oh, two.
And that is because you reduce the health, that actually is just enough damage to bring it down.
Okay.
Because you did bring down the toughness bonus by 1, and that was just enough to eke out.
Okay.
These things aren't made for combat, after all. Not really.
No, they're just like brutes.
They're
like
chaff.
Yeah.
They're chaff. If they get thrown into combat, they're meant to die in droves while actual fighters do something productive.
Do the stuff. All right. So
the other drone, after the infected one is dead, is actually going to start going over you in a very almost maternal fashion of, is the master wounded type of gestures, as it's going to start fussing at you. You know, even as it's kind of bleeding to death a little.
I will never make this risk again.
we're having chili right now, and Allie's complimenting on the hamburger grease. Okay, so I guess what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna completely destroy this drone. So I'm gonna continue to destruct the cells so that there's nothing left of it.
Because you have time to look at it,
Yes.
and because you are using your destruction on it, and you know all that, you can definitely tell if you hadn't done this thing was going to get back up. Kind of the same way a certain somebody in your party would have. That was a good catch. That was a good catch. Yes, your destruction will break it down to the point where it can't rejuvenate, though. Though it is you do have to shoo off the other drone while you're doing this, because it is fussing over you.
Yeah. I say, all right, come on, I'm okay. And then I'll thank it for coming to my rescue.
It's also slowly bleeding to death.
Okay, I will fix that. I will say, before you go, come here, and I'll give him a rejuve. If you want a Medicaid, I can do that for you.
Roll a Medicaid to stop the bleeding. It'll go get effectively repairs.
Okay. So
it just needs to not die en route.
There you go.
Yeah, you'll stabilize it so it can get back to a repair pod to
One thing I'm really good at is Medicaid. So it's
God.
nice.
It's almost like you're a doctor.
Something like that. Yeah.
No.
Right. But now,
Scientist.
now your primary priority is finding another drone and adjusting via drone network the status of who the administrator is.
That's gonna be really hard.
He's already marked as the master in the system, which means that actually overrides administrator for any sort of authority.
Yeah.
So he's
But-
already top.
Yeah, but what he could do is remove the administrator's authority to give orders.
I'm not too worried
Preventing
about
him from-
Juno so much. I just want to talk to him so I can get an exclamation. Because otherwise, this is like Liam was saying, I have the master override, but like he'd make it so that the drone didn't even come in the first place. I feel like there's definitely something going on, and I'll figure it out. But
I will give you one more piece of info from while you're medicating that thing.
Mhm.
Doing a quick check of what you can, because you can see more of more of their internal network when you are accessing the genetics.
Mhm.
You will note that it did arrive because of a security alert sent through the network that a drone had been corrupted and that the master was last known next to it. So it
Right.
was actually sent as a small group of scouts that were actually scrambled to basically find and protect you.
Right. Okay.
Which was part of the default programming. You didn't even have to add that in.
Juno's been busy though. I need to figure out what's going on and why he's being an ass. But problem children. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
So, you're still looking for him, huh? Well, you've removed the decoy. Roll me an awareness test.
Okay. I did literally to destroy it.
You did, very much so. Thoroughly. Cool. Following the tunnels and following that vague sense of where Juno is, after a bit, it finally clicks in your head where you're going. The mines. You're heading down the tunnels they built to the mines. It would seem Juno is there.
Getting the metal to make ship hulls, right?
That is what the mines produce. And as you arrive towards the end of the long tunnels, the winding tunnel that leads there, you will find yourself looking at a set of doors. You recognize these as the pseudo-organic doors that the twins base design is. This is one of the default door sets. There is no interface, as it is all psionic.
Yes.
And there are symbols that are carved into the front, like it was built in from the start, these symbols. Go ahead and roll me a logic test to try and figure out what you're looking at based off of some of the info you've gotten from studying their shit in the past already. Okay. Looking at it, you're not wholly certain the exact wording, but you recognize what you're looking at from some of the deeper parts of the genetics that you got to.
Right.
These are the symbols they use to warn people away from military facilities.
I see.
Oh.
So the drones have gone. Well, now that we have an administrator, they've gone to stage 2 for the guard. Gotcha.
And
Knock, knock.
I mean, you're at the door.
Yeah. But I just need to step back for a sec because I thought you said I saw Juno, or was that Miss
No.
Miss? Okay. Okay.
No, you were following that same thing that leads you
Yes.
to him when
Gotcha,
you go
gotcha,
looking
gotcha.
for him. That's what I meant.
FBI, open up!
And yeah, you are standing in front of honestly, looking at it, it very much looks like a ship hull that they
Right.
have turned into blast doors.
Hmm.
Okay.
They work fast. Holy shit. What would you like to do?
Hello?
I'm going to call Juno, and I'll ask him to open up.
There's going to be a long pause before you are here. We will open.
Silco would say thank you.
The doors will open, and you will find yourself looking at. They don't look like the drones.
Mm-hmm.
They're bigger, taller, wider, thicker, but they don't look like the units that you saw that were combat units back at the asteroid base.
Right. So its own design.
You don't think so for one very simple reason. They have the same military markings on their shoulders.
Gotcha.
And standing in front of them is Juno, who will gesture, please, come in.
Silco will follow. And I guess that's a good time to cut it for us.
It's a great cliffhanger. So we
Yep.
are leaving it there. Yes.
The door's shut and Silco dies. Good game. Well played.
Oh, those doors will shut after you.
Yes.
And it is an airlocking system.
Interesting.
So, yeah. Right. It is 7 o'clock. It is late enough that I'm going to be getting off. I will be giving you 5 merit for this session, and you will be getting a bigger chunk of merit once we complete this particular event set.
Oh, cool.
And as a last bit to add to our cliffhanger, the engineer, the not engineer, the plant operator that you sent in, Blast, will come back with a meltdown timer. As this this explosion thoroughly fucked the entire cooling system. I did a roll for the damage to this ahead of time. Like when I first had this explosion, I rolled a 99. You have 3 days to stabilize this.
Woo!
Oh, nice.
Bring it on! Let's go!
Hey,
Kick it
it's
in the
better than a
balls.
100, so feels good, man.
Now, here's the follow-up question that has to be asked. Does the
Yes.
plant advisor, based on what he saw within, have any idea on how to stabilize? Because if it comes down to I have to crack open the side and climb in and start manually removing shit.
No, that actually would make it worse. That would make it so it melts down significantly faster.
Yeah,
So
because you're letting air in.
no. Okay, so let me explain something very important for the functionality of a nuclear plant. The way they actually functionally work is they agitate the radioactive material so that it starts rapidly creating an incredible amount of heat to create an absolutely obtuse amount of heat and steam, most particularly. They're actually basically giant steam engines, is
Yeah,
what a
turn a
nuclear plant
turbine.
really is.
That makes power.
So the thing is, to do that, they have to agitate and overheat the rods they use for it. And to make it so they can do that without being fucked, they have to constantly pump water into it. If you remove them in their current state without basically flushing them to cool them down and stop the agitation, you will have instead manually melted down the plant.
Well,
So what
I
you're
have
telling
an
us
oh
is we have to
shit
pee on
button.
it.
You have to flood it. That is the only way to do it on point, and that doesn't even stop it, that slows it. You have to flood it, and you have to keep it flooded until it cools down enough that it can actually be safely removed.
So get peeing.
Pee really goddamn hard.
So here's the question.
I am not going to answer it today. You will have to think on it because every time I get sucked into questions, I end up staying up for like 40 minutes longer than I want to.
Good.
I am leaving you guys on these pieces of information. And I'm going to get off.
Okay.
I will
All
see you
right.
guys tomorrow
Peace.
for Enigma.
Peace.